Hello everyone and welcome to today's stream. It has been a while since I streamed last. I think the last stream might actually have been the last community stream. And I really do try to get those out a little bit more often. The streams, not the community ones, are meant to be once a month, as long as the interest is there. But I've just been very busy, so I haven't really managed to stream more often, even though again, I actually would have liked to. I will do my best to do it a little bit more, but outside of maybe the next 2 weeks, and maybe end of June, it looks very difficult to do more of that. I might actually do, I don't know yet, but I might actually do the next community one just in 2 weeks at the start of June, because I don't really have time after that on the weekends for it. So, but let's see. Let's see. We can have this one today, and I have nothing prepared for today, so no one has reached out to, who wanted to participate. Well, someone did, but he couldn't make it. So again, I'm once again dependent on you guys actually participating and trying to have some fun in the stream as well. If no one wants to, I will just play a little bit of quick play, and that's going to be that. That's also perfectly fine with me. But first, let's just wait a little bit to see if people are coming in, giving them some time to actually join in. I can see that the viewer count is very low at the moment, so we definitely do want to wait a little bit for more to join. There is also some good news. So tomorrow I will actually bringing out this week's Playing Our Division video, because I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it earlier this week, as you all know. The only video that came out was on Friday, so I will try to get something out tomorrow. It's already been recorded, just need to edit it and then upload it, so you're gonna get that tomorrow. So at least one more video this week. I can already tell you that there might be a little bit of break in terms of content in mid-June as well. I will try to prepare as many videos as I can beforehand to bridge that gap, but I cannot promise it at the moment. So this is also something that's coming up. Also, if one of you two who are currently watching is interested, we have the beginners tournament at the moment that is running, and one player is not responding. So I actually need a substitute. So if you are a beginner and wanted to give a tournament a try, feel free to actually let me know. Just message me on Discord or ping me on my Discord server, and then you can get in. The only condition is that you are not, an intermediate player. So you have to be somewhat of a beginner. You can also, actually, it's not quite eccentric. You don't need to be a new player. It just need to be on the level of a new player. So if you've been playing forever, but just are not that good and just have some fun, despite that, then it's obviously also fine if you participate. It's one game a week that you can schedule with your opponent. So I don't tell you when exactly you have to play that. Just, again, once a week. Hi, Grim Guy. Nice to have you here. Just at the moment, taking it slow, waiting for people to join in as we wait to get started. Obviously, for the community stream to properly work, there needs to be some people in to actually participate. Otherwise, it's not really going to work that well. There might also be a gameplay today. So maybe we're going to get a stream, but I cannot promise it. Well, actually, it kind of looks like it was already played by Alex. So I just checked the Discord, so never mind. There's that. Which is a shame. And we see people joining in. Hello, welcome to today's stream. So most of you probably know it already. I know it's been a while since the last one, but the concept of this stream is basically that it should be a bit more interactive with you guys. So different options that you have, what you can do if you want to, is we can just play a game. You give a fun, or hopefully a fun matchup that you're interested in, and then we just play that together. And you can also join me on stream if you want to chit talk each other while we're doing that. Or you can, if you're a good player, you can, so Division 2 preferably, I think Division 3 is also fine. You have a cool game that you played, It doesn't need to be from League. It can be from another tournament as well. We can do a co-cast if you wanted to. You can also join for that one. You can also, an interesting game that you know of that is not your own, you can also co-cast that. That's also perfectly fine. You can also do some backseat gaming if you don't really want to like properly coach me, or if you just watch my videos and always ask yourself, why is he actually doing that? Because I know I'm not explaining everything as well as I should. You can also ask all your questions while I'm playing. This is also an option. And last but not least, you can obviously get or give coaching. So if you're a better player than me, you can give me coaching. If you're, well, I can't really coach someone who's just slightly worse than me, but if you're a more beginner player, you can also get some coaching with a game from quick play or tournament. Doesn't really matter. So all these options exist. So if one of you wants to participate, just let me know in the chat, and we can do whatever you'd like to do. If you have another idea of what we could do, you can also suggest that. I'm very open for that. So again, if someone wants to participate, let me know. Otherwise, I will just do a quick play game. While we wait for people who are interested to join, and if no one wants to, then it's just going to be a quick play stream. But it's also fine. We don't have to do it this way, just something that if people are interested in, I would like to have the option. Grimgar says, I started with SSB off map 1v1 yesterday and ended up losing that game, but it was very funny. I mean, it is quite cancerous, but it's also quite the investment, so I'm not that surprised. Although I don't know how you lost, obviously, but I can imagine that where's SSB, for everyone who's not familiar with the diff, because we don't see it very often these days. Neither in quick play nor in tournament. I don't think I don't have a build for it, do I? Don't know. No, I do not. And this thing is just ridiculously expensive. Now it's good that it's so expensive. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining about it, but if you open with this one, that is a significant chunk of your starting income gone already. So yeah, if you open up with that one, you're in some trouble. Obviously, it can work if your opponent has so many things in that one spot that you can just break it apart, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to think of is there a map where you can actually horror shy it, I guess, but you still have to, you can't do it right away because you don't know where exactly your opponent is going to push. There's still 3 places. You would need a map where, if you actually want to use this at the start and get value out of it, first of all, you need to time it well, which is not that easy. But also, I figure you have to know exactly that your opponent is going to push with all he has in that one spot, and that he's going to be slow, so they can't just move out of it. And that can work. The area also can't be too big. But other than that, definitely tricky. All right, so since no one asked for participation, we're just going to do a little bit of quick play. If you have a particular division, I'm always trying to delete some of these that I don't need anymore. If one of you has a particular division that they want to see, you can let me know in the comments, and then I can actually play that. Otherwise, I will just go with what I feel like, which I have not actually decided yet. This one I also don't need anymore. I kind of feel like playing VDV again, maybe. I think VDV might be a good one. It's been some time since I played it. Definitely do need to check out the build first. Oh, yeah, I remember. I actually wanted to, at some point, give this a try. Because I've never actually managed to use it properly. And it's a fun thing to have. It's a smoke-off map. So definitely should give this a try again. But let's check out the build real quick. With these guys, which are actually quite decent in my opinion. I like those a lot. We get the sniper. We definitely should get a T80, I feel like. But let's double check this later on. And this thing is actually quite funny. Not that good, but funny. Okay, I always forget what we have. We have Tankos, but I think I just took always all that is unique. We do get the Sturmoviki rocks, which I think I should actually... Oh, I have one in B phase. And then I also have the Descent DT, the regular Descent in C phase. Double that in B. Gavardia. In A phase with the 50 cal, that makes a lot of sense. Transport. Grim says we did a whole VDV 10 once we used to smoke off map and mortars to rush me on Krovki. I don't know which map that is, but it sounds fun to just have all the smoke off maps going off. I mean, the combination of this and Neek and smoke off map is actually quite useful. Not claiming that I can use it well, but it is quite nice. There's these guys. You could also take Shroomaviki. I actually like those a lot because they're a little bit hybridy with the GT. Not great, a little bit. And honestly, 7 PPSH and a TNT is already a nice unit to have. Like this thing will do some work for you. It also has a shock, meaning that this thing will probably, like the Pioneers, as we've seen in a recent video that I made, they should get the TNT off usually. And they actually do some proper damage as well. So, but the availability unfortunately is not that great. Yeah, I don't know what to take here. I feel like maybe diversifying a little bit might not be that bad. Because as good as the Distant Niki are, and especially double vet, if we only have those for CQC in A phase and we run against TNT throwers, we are in trouble. So maybe getting some Shroomaviki rocks, or even just a Distant Saperi, might actually be the better choice. I actually kind of like the idea of just combining these two for a lot of cheap CQC. And the Flamer should actually go well with the Desert Niki, I think. Because, yeah, it forces units to move. Desert Niki does damage. Let's give this a try. So that's that. This one, yeah, it is whatever. Fine. Let's check the support tab. I actually like to have 6 of those. We have the Flamers, we have the OB25. Oh, actually I know what we should do, but I don't know how to fit it in. I think we should take 2 cards for OB25 if we can get that. It's a super useful unit. There should also be something else in the 50 card, if I'm not mistaken. Or do we get 9 of those? Might just get 9 of those. Remember I had something with them. We have the fast sneaky, which is fine for a little bit of rushing with these guys, which we need because we don't really have any bazookas. And those actually, maybe we should even get 2, but let's see. Okay. Tankers can come in the 50 cal half track. Yeah, they can. I just don't like to have my CQC with the 50 cal half track. And I think the Cavalier can use it way more. Because this thing on its own will not really do that well. If you have that with 50 cal, it's much more useful. It's also cheaper. Not by a lot, but 5 points do make a difference. I personally, whenever I can, I prefer to have my 50 cals not with CQC units. I know some people like it that way, but for me, it's just, yeah, it's just kind of counterproductive because then we have the half track with a unit that doesn't actually need it and it just sits there and we have to move it around. Whereas if you have it with the unit that can actually use it, that's just way, way better. And it's always at the right place already. It's not perfect, and there is a reason why you'd want to have it with the Tanko, which is if you don't have the other half track, the non-armored one, then the 50 cal half track is actually nice on your CQC infantry because it makes them get in relatively safely. Your opponent, unless he has like a bazooka or something like that, cannot stop it properly, which means he can actually get in up close. Nice and quick and generate some pressure, so that's quite nice. But yeah, I'm back to the problem at hand. I need to fit in. I think I need to. Okay. Also, I need to not double vet, single vet. This is a waste. But I kind of like to have the second OB25. Maybe. Okay, this is maybe a bad idea because obviously there's some value in this, and this in its AT roll, yeah, it doesn't have enough AT, so maybe we should not do this. Okay, I know what we're gonna do. Okay, move that to B phase because we don't actually need it in A phase since we do have the 85 mil and we have the T3045, so that's all right. And then we take this in B phase and we have to problem solve and we get 2 cards of OB25, which is going to be quite useful for us and gives us some more pressure at range. I would also not mind to take the maximum. Honestly, I would not mind having that support tab larger and taking all the stuff that's there. Okay, this is all right. This is, I think, good enough as it is. It is useful, which is why I have it in here, but I kind of like the mobile arty, which doesn't die, so that's in favor of the SU76. Let's give them a go again. I hate on them so much. And I'm not saying they're actually bad, so let's try them again sometimes. Let's keep in these guys, and this, I reckon, is alright. We could take the fun thing here, but I think this is fine. It is. it is. Although the loadout is not fantastic, actually. It's a 3 damage one. Never mind. Scrap that. We're not going to use that. We're going to use this bone B-face so that we can get a few of them. And that looks actually alright. This one's not that good. Yeah, let's give this a go. Give this a go. Okay, I'm gonna play it that way. Again, now would be another opportunity for anyone who actually wants to participate in the community stream to let me know, because otherwise I will be starting this game now, or at least look for one, and we can see what we get with VDV. So again, if you actually want to participate, do let me know in the chat, and then we can get started. It was felt weird to me that the purely ATL2 is 1 in A, but the Bomber AT1 is 2 in A. Yeah, it is weird. It doesn't make any sense. I think no one knows why. It just is what it is, really. Oh, wow, that was fast. That was fast. Let's see what we get. Hopefully a good map. But if not, it's also fine. Oh, I played against this guy just recently. Okay, so he does have light armor, which means he can actually stop the U2. Sorry, not just light armor. He has the clown car. That being said, most likely we'll have them both in one place. So in one area he's going to stop the U2, in the other he's not, and I'll just send it in and see where it ends up being useful. We have 120s, which is good. The smoke off map, which we're going to need at some point. We got the good side, which is also good. Now, the center is going to be not that easy for us to contest. But we do have some units until he comes in with the first heavy tank. Which means I'm actually perfectly happy with sending some units in, and we can still contest the center at the start a little bit. I'm going to send this guy in. And I'm actually going to bring this like back here. Just don't want it to get sniped as it drives forward. He can get in there. We're going to get a SND key through over here, which is safer, into that flag over there as well. And because it is radar, it can actually somewhat hold that flag on its own. So that's the open done. Now about pushing and defending. So definitely don't want to lose this, because we're not going to get back into if we do. However, there is the concept of just training flanks, which is usually good, but it is not good enough if we do want, if we cannot contest under. But actually, I've just realized that we can. So it is not the end of the world. But this one, yeah, this one we can always get back into somehow. So I think we're going to deploy heavily on both flanks, since we kind of don't contest this too much. I've invested, what, 230 points? I will still deploy more heavily over here so that I can actually get it. And this one a little bit more lightly, because this flag I don't necessarily need to control. I just need to not lose this. This is my main concern. So what we're going to do over there. Oh, I forgot we have the fast sneak as well. Which you can also send in. Well, it's probably not going to get in here, but who knows? Send it in anyway. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. It's alright. We're going to send a fast sneak in here as well. The good thing is, you know, you can kill light armor, so we're going to send one in here. And see what we can do with that. We have the 2 U2s flying around. We have AA for the center. Not necessarily over here, though. Alright. Alright. This guy is going to go, like, right back there. Then we are going to bring, I think, a Valentine with us, because actually we don't need that against his light armor. T70 will already do. Just find a T80 would have actually been phenomenal as well. Send that in here. We have some AT over there. And we do bring Nikki DT with a leader, and then mostly CQC. Maybe Gavardia. All of these go up here. One Gavardia can go in here, as well as one Descent Saperi. I've played against him recently, and I know that in A phase he has the TNT throwers. I remember this, so this is why I bring a little bit more of the Descent Saperi, because those obviously can deal with the TNT throwers, whereas the rest can't really do that. They're quite heavy over here, which is again perfectly fine. My main concern is not to lose this. And we kind of go from there. We don't need the artillery just yet. I think that's fine. Over here, we definitely do want to... Oh, we can still... I like to do these things. Delay. Send something in there so that he doesn't know that I have basically nothing there to contest this flag. We're also going to get this thing in here. So we can then later on attack... Sorry, not later on that. We can cover off the edge of the hill over there. We're going to get this in there, in the church tower. We're also going to get us a Niki in here, because they're perfect for just holding in towns. Like enough, though, essentially. So we're going to send that in there. And now I actually don't have the points I want to push this. So now we need to change things over here a little bit. Okay, we have to tank. Actually, okay. We don't need this Gavardia. We have the distance. We don't need that distance up Perry. And I reckon with the T70 we don't need to bore yours something. That gives us some forces over here to do some little pushes, which we can do with the T70. Which we're going to do with the T70. Let's send it back here. We are gonna... That's the question now. Probably going to put an AT gun in there. That would be my guess. So, hi, Frablord. Nice to have you here. Right. This is more than enough range. We can put it back there. 20 mils should be a force multiplier over here and allow us to... Oh, I also know what he's going to do. He's going to try to sneak recon into my backlines. He did that last game that I played against him. So, something to be aware of. Right, we're going to get Gavardias over here. Again, we're going to take it a little bit more slow with those guys. We're going to get one Desert Niki over here, and then we're going to get one of each of these guys. Now the good thing is, unless he changed it, he's not going to do plain openness. How are you doing? I'm doing well. How are you doing? I think we should be... not what I wanted. We should be able to get in here. And these guys can get in there. Actually, we don't need to have those in there. We can get in here, and then we can push from there. And now I still don't have enough units for that push. I need to change things around that a little bit. Don't really want to weaken this too much. Tricky. Well, we have plenty of tanks. We don't need that much infantry, hopefully. And we can follow up with more infantry as the game goes on. Or we just, yeah, what we can also do is just not use the fast Niki. And we don't necessarily need this fast Niki right here. And then we can bring another Descent Niki. Actually, I think this is a tough choice now. No, let's bring this guy. Then we can definitely take the distance here, and then we have CQC, you can follow up with that. By the time we actually get this, we will be able to buy more CQC to take this fully. Ready when you are. So for anyone who just joined the stream, again, the idea is still that this one is interactive, and you guys can join the stream and do some fun stuff with me on stream if you want to. But for the moment, I'm just doing some quick play while we wait for people to join in. Also, so far no one wanted to participate, so as long as this is the case, I'm just doing some quick play, which is fine, because I get to play the game. It's never a bad thing. All right, let's see how we go from that. I'm horrible with deployment, as some of you already know, and I'm once again not very happy with this, but we're gonna have to wait and see how it's gonna do. I don't invest too much in the open, I don't think. And it's just a cheap grab with 2 flamers that hopefully puts some pressure on him. I don't even try to defend those. My main concern really is just holding this patch of forest over here so that I don't get pushed out, and then pushing this. Yeah, see, he's going for it. But, again, oh, it's a massive force there. But no clown car. So, no clown car at all. Oh, there's a clown car. Okay, you can fall back now. I don't want you to die. Now, over here, I'm pretty sure there's going to be an AT gun in here where this horse stopped. Yep, there it is. And the annoying thing is, with the radar trade, it's so hard to spot. That's alright. Let's follow up over here with a little bit of infantry. And let's get our CQC push going over here. And then I think here is where it was. We'll wait with those a little bit. See, that worked. Perfectly fine. Don't want to group up too much over here, and now we can get this guy up there. Actually, I know what we can do. Smoke this, like so. And then we can get in safely even if the AT gun is there. And this should tell us when the AT gun is there. Did I just... yeah, fat finger. Did. Right, we have early planes. Probably gonna try and kill this first. Okay, we unload those as they arrive, which is fine. Delayed this, which is also fine. Okay, that did not really work because it didn't move it, and I did not think about that in time. Right, let's hit this. Oh, actually, let's send him over there. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. That is a little bit off now. It's going to finish that off. That's alright. Right, you can stop. Stopped him right there, which is good. Right. Let's get some A up here as well. Those can fight if it really needs to be. Let's see what we have over there. And I think we're going to bring in some water now. Also get some recon in. I kind of forgot about that. Alrighty, tidy. Should be careful. I kind of expect some spotters to sneak through there somehow. Maybe also over here, so let's prepare for that. Alright. Now what we might need to do is kite those. I think we can actually... It's a little bit risky, but I actually think we can maybe get away with it. Oh yes, Storm Player as well in any phase, so that's good. Definitely get a leader. I should have done that way sooner. We also need to follow up on that one. And we maybe want to put some infantry over there. Alright. Spread out. Yeah, did some damage. It's alright. It's alright. Let's see if we can deal with those thingies. And let's get some proper armor up here. Maybe even get like one of these guys up there. But I also need to put that one on return fire, otherwise it's going to reveal itself. I'm going to push this direction very soon, and I'm going to take that out with another one of these. Okay, maybe we need more CQC in phase. Oh, he still won that fight. It's obviously annoying. Well, we can get in there, I think. No, let's group up over here. He's not actually pushing. Well, he might push over here soon. Maybe somewhere over there. 59. That's alright. It's manageable. Oh, crap. Okay. Ooh, yeah, this is going to be annoying now. Let's still see if what we can do against those. Oh. The fact that this thing doesn't have any machine guns, I just had to double check real quick. It's really nice because, there we go, you can do exactly this. This is annoying. That's alright. And let's get this guy in here. So something's still over there. I mean, the good thing is we can basically, if we have to, we can just push with those guys, really. I definitely need more stuff in A-phase, though. But I don't know what you are hoping to achieve with that. Oh. That's a bit of a problem. I guess we're just going to have to close the gap here. Oh, let's hop in there. Yeah, we definitely should take our... Right. Let's start hammering whatever we have over there. Start clearing this out. Let's see if we... Let's just need some recon into backlines already, or not yet. Okay, this did not work, unfortunately. It was a long shot, so I'm not mad about it. Would have been nice, but it's not the end of the day if it doesn't work. There we go, we got our lead again. This time, no, it's closer, but it's still not on the vet I wanted it. I'd actually want to have it triple vet. Not died. Oh, this guy. Well, that was to be expected. It's alright. You can also get some douchekas in here now. And maybe, I think one over here would also be quite nice. Alrighty, we might want to use more leaders. Something killed, so yes, AT guns over there, because something did kill my... Oh. You're not gonna get there. Right. Move. Now we can re-engage. Just don't want it to throw the TNT, that's all. Right, we can push now. Okay, lost that again. It's alright. Oh, I forgot to... yeah, my bad. Alright, let's get some more of these guys in, and then I want to think of a way to use the smoke off map, actually. I don't know what we can do over here. Goodbye. Oh, he started the RT spam. No, got stopped. Unfortunate. Getting a lot of CQC there, and then we're gonna get this guy out and we deal with his mortars the easy way. Oh, this is annoying. He's so determined to fight with this. It's very weird. Right, let's see what's there. Respiratory power. He does not need to run from me then. He wouldn't need to. Oh, okay, that's too close. Right, get some reinforcements over there. And you can now go over here. I think we can even get away with sending it as a leak in there, which then has to slowly dig up. Alright. This time, okay, I think he might just be trying to spot for my A, which needs to move now. I'm gonna bring more. It's gonna start spamming very, very soon. Pretty sure of that. But these guys can actually win this, fun enough. Unload. That was not so smooth. Right, that was not what I meant. Actually, no, that was what I meant. Another one coming in. We're going to put it in there. I'm going to kill out all his light sticks. Never mind, we're not going to kill his light sticks. Oh, that is kind of unexpected. Oh, okay. I moved it too late. Actually, move back over here. Just gonna slowly grind here for a little bit. Alright, the RT is in place. Let's wait for the next mortar barrage and then... May hurt. him a little bit. It's going to be somewhere over there. Oh, I forgot to say hello, Minivan Clan. Hello to you. Ooh, okay, let's just move him over here. And let's see what's over there. He's running low on ammo. I want to fix that. Probably also want to have something over here to not get overwhelmed from over there. We're going to do that next. Oh. It's definitely not something I want to find at this range. Alright. Still need to find out what the smart order for defensive fire is. I think he only has 120s, and he's using them way too far back, so you can actually counter that quite nice with just having artillery. That works wonderfully. I'm going to engage him with 2 units at a time because he cannot shoot at both. So there's a Niki can just rush in, and if this thing kills the Valentine, which it might because the shooter kill, it is going to get... Oh, the LG is also there. It's a bit of a problem. He might get in time, and then he can just... There we go. Throw the TNT. Or the AT grenade, rather. Then we can bring one of these in. Actually secure this off. Oh, we have beat it there. There we go. Now we got in there. And I still think we might actually be able to get in there. Because nothing that I see here makes me think of the contrary. Oh, I got in here, but I lost that. That's definitely not good. Need more armor. Alright, where are those 120s? I think somewhere over here. I just saw them. Okay, this is obviously not good, but we can deal with that. Oh, that got killed off. Try again since they're so cheap. Right, we got that killed off. Focus on that one, please. I did not pay attention, which is a bit of a problem, because if you pay attention, you can actually very easily... There we go, do that, and then one after another they just die. Oh, okay, I don't mind that at all. Can kill that. Focus on that one, please. Okay, now you can shift your attention to that one. And now we can just deal with that like so. Oh, no. We don't want that. Okay, let's try again. Need some AA over there, that's alright. Oh, here's the bad one. We need recon up here. We need to see what's there. Yeah, because we can also just dodge that, by the way. Gotcha, okay. Can't finish it off though, which is mildly annoying. I just can't play this diff properly if you haven't noticed. Actually, I know what we can do. No, I should not have done that. I should have waited. Actually, we can still wait. We're going to smoke this. Smoke off map. Then we're going to get in there. So we're going to put these guys over there. But this guy needs to be resupplied. I mean, I could maybe engage it from over here. Maybe. No, it's not a good idea. Actually, he can fight them. The rest can't really do that. Let's get resupplied. Let's put the big guns onto duty on something else. There we go, we got in. And this kind of tells me that we might even be able to get in there. This we're gonna try. You can go over there though. Oh, okay. And he needs to get in there then. There we go. Got the... Oh, there is the mortars again. Where are you? Where are you? Wait, did my gun not even shoot at them? They stopped already again. Right. Right, let's get in here, and now we have an armor block that is doing fuck all, which is not so smart. Oh. Wait, what? Was that close enough? I did not notice that. Alright. Still wanted to buy this and then smoke my way in. I don't care if this actually is needed or not. It's just cool. So it might actually lose me the game, but I don't care. It's fun. I'm gonna do it because it is fun. Just because of that. Right, back off, back off, back off, back off. This thing is actually gonna kill me otherwise. Gonna have to wait for a little bit longer before we can do something over here. How can you not see that anymore? It annoys me slightly. Okay, it's gonna lose that, which is good. Oh, actually, we can find this. There we go, we lost it. It's good. Yeah, this is pointless. We just start shelling whatever is in there. And here we are already doing the shelling. And he's surrendered. Okay. Okay, I had traded him slightly. I don't think I played it very well, though. I think I actually played it rather poorly, to be honest. It definitely also did not go that well early on. So I did trade points for flags, which is bad. I definitely do want to not do that. Yeah, it actually, I mean, I had two of those. Like, if you get two of the Soviet AA pieces, they can actually get some kills, funny enough. Also, what I like to do, and this is a huge game changer, always. Not just for those guys. So, generally speaking, what I like to do, yeah, that's another thing that Bloodbus just said. They have bad resilience. Yeah, I think so as well. The other important thing that I usually do is I usually try to get a leader next to my AA pieces. And that helps a lot. If you have triple vet AA, or if it's like the AA pieces that you can't double vet with having good availability, and then the leader next to them, a double vet, like a flag 43 and double vet, for example, is quite deadly actually, or can at least be, depends on the plane. So if you vet those up, they can actually do some work sometimes. I definitely do need to make some changes to the deck, though. I'm not a huge fan of this. I think maybe I should just embrace the infantry heavy playstyle and not have that many tanks. It's already little, a small amount, don't get me wrong, but to change that up. But let's see. Hey, have a great stream. Can you play the next game on my favorite third guard Sanko? Maybe. It depends a bit on whether someone wants to participate or whether I'm gonna continue with the queue. If someone wants to participate for the community stream, then I might not be playing it. If not, then I will just continue the quick play and then I can play it. Black 43 always rocks, the Soviet one fails me. I mean, Black 43 is also significantly better than the Soviet one, and that is quite huge. So I'm gonna do some tinkering with the deck because I'm not so happy about it. But this is the perfect time to call for some participation if you want to. So again, the whole idea behind the community stream is that if someone of you don't have to, obviously, but if one of you wants to participate, we can do that here. And I think it's just a lot of fun. So things you could do, or we could do, is if you want to, you can get some coaching. If you're a good player and you want to give me some coaching, that is also an option that I also gladly take, obviously, because I still have a lot to learn myself. If you want to, if you're a good player, like Division 2 preferably, but Division 3 is also fun for me, and you have an interesting game that you played. Can be one that you lost, can be one that you won, can be just an entertaining one, can be a very, very well-played one from both sides that you want to co-cast. You can also do that. So just write in the chat now if you want to do one of these things. We can also play a fun matchup together if you want to. And if you also want to, so the other things kind of require you to join me via Discord, and then you will be on the stream. The fun matchup one, we can do that with just playing, or if you want to, you can also join the Discord and we trash talk us a little bit while we play and just have a laugh. Obviously, it's not the most serious games. We'll definitely, the last time we did this, I think it was against Minivan Clan actually. I took it a little bit too seriously because I really still wanted to win. But I definitely, when we do these games, try to do some more fun stuff and just weird strats, whether they work or not. I mean, we did also fun stuff there. I spammed a ton of units around, but I still did some flanking pushes to win the game. So we just want to be for some fun. You can wish for the matchup you want to play. You can also not wish for the matchup you want to play, and we let the community decide. If you can also do some meme matchups and meme games. Again, I think the one I did was I think it was SNP versus Bronirana, which just spammed all the lights armor. So things like that are all possible if you want to. And for this, again, you don't even need to join the stream if you don't want to. So the options are there. But obviously, Korok versus Naviga needs to happen. Which sucks at least. I mean, if someone wants to do that, perfectly welcome to join in. Again, you don't need to be on the stream if you don't want to. I just need an opponent to play this. But this would definitely be an interesting one. Although this is gonna go. There's really two ways this is gonna go. Either it's gonna be a close range map, and NOV just shreds Korok because it has some AT tools. Or alternatively, it is not a close range maps, and Korok just destroys NOV because NOV does not have the units for that. So I don't think it's going to be very balanced, but it might be an interesting watch for sure. I still need to think about how to change. So the issue that I have is I don't really. So maybe I actually take this one then. Because I don't want to have just one of those. It's quite useful, but I don't want to have it only in... Because at range, you could see I struggle a bit, and against good CQC was also not that easy. So I want to have something that can do some work for me. And I actually think this might be it. In A phase, we get 2. It has the rockets. It's fun. It's not particularly slower than this one. It's 40 kilometers an hour, but it also can shoot earlier. So I think that might be fine. It might be fine. This is just not great because the bomb blowdown kind of sucks a little bit. Don't really want to use that one. Would be fun otherwise. I mean, 3 at 85 points is not that bad. So this is one change that we're gonna make. Maybe it turns a little bit more memey with this, but it is what it is. And then I would kind of love to have this guy in, but I still don't know, just for fun. Or it's still the bug one. No, not gonna use that then. I think armor is the same if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, armor is the same. Something fell off with the infantry, but I think it's really just the fact that this infantry is not made for ranged fighting, and I did that too much. I think another part of the issue is that I did not bring enough T-70s and 76s where it really mattered to support my infantry, because the Valentine's obviously doesn't do that. Oh, it shoots faster. Never mind, we're going to take it. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Hello, sir. Welcome to the deck. I always wondered what the difference was, and I could never find it, but now I feel super stupid for missing it, but thank you for pointing it out. I'm also wondering if this was even worth it, because it kind of looks to me like on a map you'd actually play this. On a map you'd actually play this. Or where this division will do well. I feel like the OB25 is not that important. Maybe the Maxims are even more important, because this one, those we can actually use at shorter ranges. Maybe the Maxim is the way to go, and not the OB25. I'm gonna give it a try next time we play this. The buff over the years, the PP shock buff, and they got the 1090.C 34. I don't know. It's just, it's still not a particularly good division in my opinion. It is very good on the CQC maps if you play them properly, which I did not that well, but it was good enough. But on some of the CQC maps, it can do quite well. So I'm not saying it's a bad division, but it's just, it's still too niche, and none of the buffs has really changed that in any way. I have not been playing for that long when the PPSH buff happened, or at least it was not good yet. So I don't think I've noticed the impact as much, but it definitely, I would argue that division probably was a little bit lacking before, although you still have some nice tools with Stromoviki Rocks and Stromoviki, but that brings me to the next topic. They kind of felt underwhelming to me. I don't know what it is. I think it's the HP. It's just, against something like the, what was it? You know, the Beretta unit. It kind of felt not so great. So I don't know. Also overwhelmed, of course, as it was, there was some numerical superiority there. But I'm wondering if I should put the Sturmoviki, because I really actually like that. It's just that the availability is not so great. Although if you compare it with the Descent Saperi, and I didn't combine those very well. So this thing on its own is not fantastic. This thing on its own is good. So maybe this is better than the... It really depends on the matchup, though. That's kind of the issue. Let's give this a try. Let's build it like that for now, and then maybe I'm gonna change it someday. And then see if we spam both MB. No, we didn't. I don't know. That's one idea of changing it. Also, I mean, obviously here I did not use it very well, but this thing this feels very weird mix to me. Sometimes they shred, and sometimes they just don't do anything. I guess it would be a lot better if I got the... would be a lot better with the artillery. I just don't know how to fit it in, because I want to keep this thing. I still want to try and use it. I need to force myself to do it, because I don't use it very often. Basically never. But if it is actually quite fun. I just need to force myself to actually plan for it. I tried here, but I always had something else to buy, and then he surrendered. by the time I was actually set on buying it now. This would also still be an option, but I think for the time being, this is good enough. We're going to leave it at that for now. I'll need to come back at some point and give it another go. Purple says, Storm Rocks are in a weird place with their HP at the moment. 8 HP is the main thing that holds them back. Yeah, I agree. I think it, in terms of loadout, it's actually pretty decent. Like, the damage output is there. It's just, as you say, it just dies too easily, which kind of sucks for 30 points. You cannot not make it 30 points, so it is clearly above the Shrimpire. Like, you cannot do that, but... someone says, smoke off map in phase A, make early game rushes make more sense than B phase. Yes, the reason why I don't particularly like it in A phase is in A phase you still have some of your other tools to help you with a push. And I'm not a huge fan of just rushing in blindly anyway. So for that, I don't actually need the smoke off map. I don't need an off map that I can pop down that's just rush in. So I think it's quite fast though, so you could technically do it, right? Yeah, it's quite fast. Also, it is a very, very, very expensive tool for the opener. Well, not very, very, very. This is an overstatement, but it's expensive for an opener for a unit that does not actually give you any direct value. Obviously, a regular off-map doesn't do that either, but you have a higher chance of actually getting something out of it in an opener than with this thing. So I don't like the risk that comes with it. In B phase, on the other hand, I like it because this is where I slowly start losing pushing power because of the units that I have, as we've seen. And this is when I think it's actually quite useful in B and C phase to allow you to do some pushes again that otherwise you couldn't do because you just don't have the units for it anymore because you're so reliant on CQC. So this is why I personally think it's not an A phase tool. Obviously, I might be wrong. I'm not claiming that this is the ultimate answer. It's just how I personally like it. Also, I think those are fine enough at things like that. But this is why personally I prefer having those in B phase. Just the logic. Again, I've used them maybe once because I always forget that I have them. And you kind of, it's not a unit. It's not like, oh, I struggle with pushing, I just drop the off map, because it is not quite the same. You have to think a little bit differently. This is why I always forget it. But this is my logic of how I want to use it. Because again, in A phase, you can at least still push with the armor that you have and the infantry that you have. But as the game goes on, it becomes harder and harder. But yeah. Again, that is my reasoning. Obviously, I might be wrong with this. Or depending on how you play, this is another thing, right? There's also playstyle dependent. If you have a very different playstyle, obviously, this might be way better in A phase. Yeah, the question was whether you can bring those in a 50 cal transport. No, you cannot. I'm not even sure. No, you have more transfers, Vedka. You do. Probably says, I was AFK for a bit, but I could do a game if you're looking for engagements. Yes, very, very happily. I would take that. Depends a bit on what you want to do. We can play a fun matchup game. There was one suggested, which was Korik versus NOV, and I'm definitely down for that one. If you want to join in for some, what's it called? If you want to actually join the stream for a co-cast, if you have a good game, that would also be fine. Someone else is 28 Viagra, a good div to exercise secrecy. Depends. I would argue. It is not the easiest one for it, because a lot of it, we can take a quick look. It's a pretty cool division though. I just want to say that right at the start. But the issue that you're having is these guys, which are kind of your baseline CQC, I would argue, even though it's not a proper CQC unit, have their issues because they don't have the shock trade. And then you have a few Panier units, which are fine. Nothing wrong with those. And these guys, which can actually still fight at CQC, and they do have the shock rate. So that just makes this division a little bit weird. Which is... Yeah, this makes this a little bit weirder compared to regular CQC divisions, which have very, very clearly dedicated strong CQC units, and this division does not. So it behaves quite a bit different. It can also have some issues with light AT and things like that. So if you're aware of this and if what you learn, because I don't know that, I've not learned secrecy of this, if you can translate that to other secrecy division, then yes, it's a fine one to learn. If you realize that this is difficult for you to actually get a hang of it, then I would recommend going with a more dedicated secrecy division, or division that just has good secrecy. And then you can practice with this and then give this a go again, because again, this one requires a lot more combination of the units to be effective. In my opinion, also a little bit of nice combined arms so that your Jäger just don't get just overwhelmed by one secrecy unit because they don't have shock. Oh, we have Lizak here. He's not pleased with me having those at single vet and no vet. I just like them because then I can spam them forever. This must be one of those ancient decks again. This deck? Yes, it is. It needs adjustment. I've played the division recently, but again, I always build my decks for every tournament game. I build my decks from scratch. And I build that quite differently, I think. But yeah, nowadays you definitely want to have this in there, which is so good. Like, this thing is fantastic. Then it is great all-around brawler. I wouldn't call it an all-around brawler, but yeah, it's more of a brawler in my opinion. I agree. And Exterminate actually get better availability, do they? Yep, they do. But yeah, this is not... I think I would actually still use those. No, if that's the case, I would actually use those at single vet and C-Phase way better. Then would not have those in C-Phase anyway. But yeah, this deck is not... I also wouldn't do it like that way. This two, maybe, yes, but these two in this way, I probably wouldn't do it. Oh, and the ammo comes in with... Yeah, I do not like this at all. Not great 2K, but the RT and RTAP. Those are phenomenal, yes. But the 2K is a big issue, and the RT and RTAP doesn't really save you there, so I wouldn't call it an all-around brawler. But I think for mid to close range map, it has some nice strengths. It has a lot of sustain. Like, breaking this division can be quite annoying because you have these... It's like a worse after, really, because you can put those in every building. I have Panzerfaust, I have SMGs. Well, it's not really a worse after, actually. It's almost a better after, because the after sitting in a building and just holding an area is mostly annoying because of the secrecy, but this thing can actually, if something approaches that is not good at range, then you can deal with it. The problem is you might give the position also away and you have to manually turn it off. So this is a bit of a downside, but there's that. And against that, like, if you're at the point where opponent brings in dedicated secrecy to dig out your after, it's probably not going to survive that much longer anyway. So the missing shock on the Jaggers are probably not that big of a deal. So yeah, I think it's actually better after when it comes to just holding. So the Nebel 308 is 129 2K. I disagree on that. As good as those are, like, the problem with these kind of units is it is not compensating for the lack for 2K tools. On a map that has like the 1-2K range that you can ignore for the most part, it's perfectly fine. But on maps where you actually need 2K, this does not compensate for it. Which is the good one. This is the good one. And this thing can do a lot of work. I'm not denying that. But a good AA can stop it, force it off, and then there's not much you can do. And those are obviously only good against stationary things. So, and if I know that I'm playing against this division, I'll get AA and I'll move my tanks a little bit every now and then, and they're basically good to go. So, like, I like this division. I've played it a few times recently, but I would not call it a division that can do 2K. I'm sorry. Anyway, you said something could do either the meme matchup or just some mid diffs for a given map, like I did a few days ago. Which of those do you prefer? Or actually, let's ask people in the chat if Platypus Bill doesn't mind either of those. What do you prefer, guys? The NOV versus Korik matchup, or do you prefer a just we get a map and we play two mid-tier diffs on that map? Grim Guy wants obviously NOV versus Korik. Very understandable. So we're definitely going to play a game with Platypus now, and then after that, again, if someone wants to join in for some fun participation, again, you can as always ask. Again, the options are get or give coaching. Either you get from me or you give to me, depending on where we are in skill difference. If we're similar, I don't think I can give you coaching, to be honest. And so that's one thing. We can, if you have a good game and you are a good player, we can do a codecast offset game. Also, if you have an interesting one that is not one of yours and you want to codecast that, is also perfectly fine. You can happily do that. And other options are, of course, the good old backseat gaming. So I know that if you don't want to coach, but just do some backseat gaming and correct some of my mistakes while I play, this is also an option that you can do. Join me on Discord. I will stream it there so that you don't have to delay from the stream, and we can talk about the game. You can also do that if you are a new player and you feel like some of my talking that I do during the game, which I know sometimes is cut to bare minimum, does not really explain well the things you want to have explained, like why I do certain things, why I don't do certain things. Then you can also do that and just ask all your questions. So there's options to exist. Now I'm just waiting for Platypus Bill, but he's not reacting. And if I climb wants to see 50-second. I wouldn't mind playing that again. Although it's one of the most frustrating experiences that I've had. If we do NOV versus Korok, then Haro chatting could be fine. Let's do Haro. I hate chatting. But we can do that. We can do that. All right. Which you get the choice, Platypus Bill. We're set on Haro with this matchup. Which of the two divisions do you want to play? I picked the other one. I cannot play either of those. You pick enemy, so I get to play Korok. All right. Oh, I think this is actually, yeah, this one is more or less up to date, at least, because I played that. Do we take a quick play deck Platypus Bill, or do we adjust for the matchup? Just a question, because this one, there's plenty to adjust. This one. I don't mind either of those. For me, both options are fine. Do you have a D? Okay. I'm fine with the deck as is. Okay, I'm not so fine with the deck as is, but as I said, I'm happy with just playing, honestly. Oh, I have this build for all the spam in the world. There's just way too much AT in here. I'm not going to use, but we're gonna see how it's gonna do. Deck probably needs more adjusting, but you're also better. This is fair. This is fair. Just need to see. Oh, yeah, these are nice. We have 20 mil car, which is decently fast. It's also nice. Yeah, we have units. No. I have basically 0 artillery, which I do not like, but we're gonna play it as is. I'm just gonna leave it open and then you can join. We are gonna do public, yes. Join whenever you're ready. Or this needs to be Axis versus Allies. And it's a good thing I already made that. I would have changed it otherwise. But I already did the play in division with Korok, fortunately, so I already have that one at least in a playable state. As a lot of my decks are not in a playable state. I made them at some point when I was far worse of a player than I am now. And honestly, even just a deck I made half a year ago might look quite different these days, because I just felt like I need to change it. Because I'm constantly learning, as everyone does, and the playstyle is shifting and things like that. Would Tatalek be one on the same level as those two? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Tatalek is another one of those quite bad divisions. Like, both NOV and Korok are very bad. You can join whenever you're ready, Platypus Bill. Just looking for it. I probably missed it like a dozen times already. Korik, there we go. Do I know he is the only one with niche tournament viability? Yeah, Korik definitely does not have tournament viability, and I think neither has Tartalek. That's not to say that someone can pull it out and somehow manage to win a game with it. It's not impossible. It's just it's open. You should be able to find it. If not, I can give you an invite code. I think I had it to public. Okay, you can't see it. Okay, then I will send you the invite code. There you go. Let's see. Korik gonna crush in the Harrow Town. You mean like it's gonna suffer or it's gonna do well? Because I don't think it's gonna do well in the town. There's gonna be Piats everywhere. It's not gonna be a fun experience at all. But I also don't really know where else I want to do something with Korik. If it was a map where I had like a 2K area, that would be great because I could use the tiger, but I don't. Don't bring in. I always wonder from where these chats are that you sometimes get, but sometimes it's just weird. Sometimes some funny stuff in there. It's gonna do well, Light Armor. Well, it does well until the point where you have to slowly start pushing. I'm gonna hop off the stream and see you in game. All right. I don't know. I'm just not good with tanks, so for me, whenever I have to play against bazooka heavy divisions, I don't have a lot of trust in my light. For obvious reasons. But that is just me. That is just me. Oh, he's ready. Let's go then. Let's get going. Also, by the way, for anyone who's in the stream right now, please do let me know. I'm trying something out today which I've not done so far, which is to actually monetize the stream, which you can also do. And please do let me know how many ads you actually get to see. Because the reason why I so far haven't done it for live streams is because it should be interactive, right? You want to see what's happening and comment and be engaged. So if you constantly get interrupted, that kind of defeats the purpose, which is why I haven't done it so far. And I just wanted to try it out today to see. If you tell me it's super annoying, then I'm going to turn it off again. And please feel free to say so, okay? I don't need feel bad to say me, no, you cannot monetize it. This is why I'm asking you. So yeah, let me know how bad it actually is, because then I can turn it off again. If you say you get like 1 in 20 minutes and don't mind, then that's perfectly fine. Then I'm going to leave it as is. All right, let's get to the disaster that is going to be the flanks and the town. So what I actually like to do here is what I've learned from Jeff Jefferson just recently. I've seen a few ads, but I'll pay attention to how many now. Well, I mean, I know that it's always not so nice to have them, but my main question is basically, is it at a very annoying level or not? You say no, it's actually doesn't really matter that much, then I'm going to leave it in. If you say no, it really disturbs the flow of the stream, I'm going to turn it off. We could put a tiger here. I've learned this from Jeff Jefferson. It actually cuts off this reinforcement rate really nicely, and it's super annoying. I can tell you that from my own experience. If you do it well, it should also be safe from the side shots. If you like put right in here. This only works if you don't lose this, because then you can get shot in the back. So let's see how that one goes. Pushing this might seem like a bad idea considering the kind of matchup we have here, but in A phase I can actually kind of try and overwhelm him and then get in and then make it really hard for him, because he obviously at range is a bit of an issue. I used tiger in the same spot responsibly. It is quite powerful, I have to say. I've never actually used this. I've never seen it until very recently, where again Jeff Jefferson used it against me, and God was it annoying. I struggled so hard with this, and obviously I get something in that I can shoot at it from like a side shot, and he moves it over here, and then I could not get it with the Pack 40 from over there. Well, it was already tricky to get with the Pack 40 from there anyway, but yeah, that was frustrating experience. So that can work. Are we gonna get air spam, but probably not in A phase just yet. This thing we don't need. It doesn't have HE. This thing we can use. And you see what is even usable in this deck against MOV. There's some things just aren't relevant. But yeah, I think we're gonna actually push this, and then the town we can push later, and this thing we kind of might have to give up. Yeah. The problem is I don't really want to use this for recon. About my only CQC unit outside of the Pioneer that we have. Okay, but long story short, I think we're gonna actually try and find over this to start. We're gonna get some of these in because they with the 20 mils can actually do some work. You're gonna take something else with 20 mil over here, and then the Valentine, because this thing can deal with the other tanks I'm gonna have to face. Even one of these. So this is the armor support. We're gonna just blob and fight it like that. Does he have AT planes? He does have the bow fighters. Oh, and the Hurricane, but the Hurricane is only in B phase. So I think in A phase it should be fine. We're gonna bring this out. This can deal with some of the planes you could bring out in A phase. Sicherungs is not actually that useful, but gonna get the Schupo. Yeah, these guys, for example, are basically useless over here. Yes, some light armor. It's not that complete. Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay, this needs some adjustment. I would definitely not take these guys, because I've learned just how bad the MG08 is. This is not something we want to actually use. Okay, this is going to look like madness, and that is because it is. But we're just going to brute force away in there. There's also Marek. This I also need to check. Are we going to get to 50 mils? I'm going to take this, whatever it takes, basically. That's the whole goal here. Might want to get some AA coverage as well, but it starts to be very, very expensive. But yeah, we have a lot of armor. We have a ton of infantry that we can spam around there. Hopefully this is going to do. And then we're going to put Flamer in here. Put a support gun over here. I'm going to put one of these guys. No. Oh, yeah. This is actually really nice. We completely forget about that. But we can use the security trait here, because it makes it have better optics. So we can actually use that as a replacement for my missing recon. It's not actually missing, but I just don't want to use it for recon, because against this division I need to use the bit of CQC that I can get. Maybe use it for that. Though maybe you should take one of these in here, because it's such a nice position. I don't have an artist spot, and I do not. Okay, so this is the one unit, those chasseurs, that I will be using as recon, because it needs to go in here. Good. Now, the town. We're gonna try and get in defensively with our flamers. Still don't know which of those is faster, so we're gonna do it like this. Afraid of him rushing this, so I'm gonna be a little bit careful with that. Then we are gonna bring one of these guys, and we're gonna support it with the Panzer 2C and with maybe we should have one of these, and then we need something else. One of you can get in here, one of you can get in here. These two can join. This does not matter that much, so we're gonna actually bring one of these guys, like, I don't know, over here, maybe better. Oh, you can, so that means you can actually come from this side as well. But yeah, I think we're gonna take this first. Once we got this, we can actually shift our attention to the town, where my main focus now should be not to lose, so maybe actually go a little bit more defensively over there. Okay, we need to come back to this. Don't need this, for example. And then we can have some more forces in the town, because we need something that can actually fight against the armor that he's gonna have to. I think this should do well against the 20 mil units. And have a Valentine as well, and the 2C. Ready when you are. I'm not very confident in this, but let's see. What I'm actually quite afraid of are the 20 mils. And I'm not even joking, because I do have the AP. And 20 mils with AP shells are actually quite scary for tanks. I have made that experience when I played against the NOV of Espresso. And Espresso's NOV is scary as heck. Like that, he's a master of that division. But the only player that I know outside of who is it? Bibbs. Bibbs is not a player who can actually play it. But I don't really know anyone but these two who can play NOV. Well. I'm slightly traumatized because I lost with Wrestle against it. Although I still do actually think that it's a good counter to some of these expensive infantry CQC divisions, obviously. This map, it's a bit differently, but one of the things that I've noticed... Oh, I bought all these and didn't actually use them. How dumb am I? Okay, there's a little bit of armor. It's going to be the French tanks, I assume, because I think... Oh, I forgot that he has the Blinda. Oh. Well, that is going to be a problem. Because I have not actually prepared in any way whatsoever for light armor that is fast. Which is suboptimal, to say the least. So we need to get more of these guys in. So he's trying to get control over this with what he has over here. This was an AT rifle. Right, the blob can go down here. Let's get some units in there. Oh, I'm going to be shooting at these guys. Don't know what it is. Okay, it's nothing actually in here. You can actually push this. Bombazi. Right. There's a sniper there. Look, we do have an answer for that. It is called big guns. And then we need to get AA. Oh yes, the para! There's the funny little thing there. I don't think I've ever seen that one being used. Alright. Let's push. Alright, you can move in here, you can move in there, you can move in there, you can move in there. Push this. You can follow over here. Alright. We do see some movement over here already, which we don't really have any answer to right now. Oh, no. Oh. Alright, we got in over there. I'm just gonna Strucker strike this, and then we're gonna win that fight over there. And do the bomb tricks. Oh, this is... Not ideal. Nice, probably time for this.
Jawohl. Wir begeben uns zur Koordinate. Wir können nicht mehr. Flammenwerfer bereit.
Right.
Vorsichtig, Männer. Der
Can
Feind
move
ist
in,
der
surrender things. And then we can start spamming.
Nähe. Feind im Vorfeld. Jawohl, Kommandant.
Some of these are closing, so I don't really know what else I'm going to do with those. Oh, the bombardiers, of course.
Das wird ein Kinderspiel.
Forgot about that thing. This thing is disheartened. Not disheartened. Fanatical, so it's not gonna.
Da geht's lang.
Actually,
Lass mich raus! Ich will nach Hause! Lass mich gehen! Brauchen Sie Feuer?
okay, it's not gonna win. Never mind.
Schlachtflieger bereit.
It's gonna be somewhere over there. We're gonna bump this now.
Sanitäter! Kehren zurück zum Fliegerhorst. Verdammt! Es hat mich erwischt.
We're just gonna overwhelm him there. This did not really work.
Ich höre.
Okay, so I think we can start pushing over here now. Slowly but surely.
Wir können nicht mehr. Jawohl, Kommandant. Sprenggranaten geladen. Feuer bereit. Der ist hinüber. Lanzer zur Stelle.
Okay, Sicherungs, don't disappoint me.
Der ist hinüber.
He did not disappoint me. Gets the sign of approval
Erwarte Ihre
from
Befehle.
Commander Al. Right, let's get these guys in here. Go for a yay. Let's bring it up close. Oh. Here's the parts up again. This is such a fun little unit. I love it. It is not particularly good, but it's funny that he uses it. So it's cool. Right, let's see what we can find over here. Well, there's a commandeer, so we can't just push over there. It's not super easily. We need some armor now. We can see what's there, but I don't think we have. Oh no, we can get another Stuka. It's not just one.
Infanterie bereit. Feind direkt vor eigener Stellung. Sprenggranaten geladen.
Right, you can also start planning this. You can move in over here now.
Überprüfung.
Also push this. Good. Again, another Stuka, we bomb this, and then we can move.
Ruhe. Herhören.
Oh.
Wir müssen hier raus. Jawohl, Hauptmann. Hauptmann. Lass mich raus.
But it's gonna hurt. Yeah, this hurts actually quite a bit. Yeah, we're gonna get both these up here because it's not learned yet that this is actually the one place on the map where I am in control.
Zweiter Zug einsatzbereit. Verstanden. Aufspüren und vernichten.
Oh. Look at what we have here.
Nimm die Beine in die Hand.
I actually want to surrender these guys, so let's just gonna move here.
Herhören. Verstanden. Aufspüren und vernichten.
Surrender, and then let's push. I still wanted to buy that.
Angriff. Wir können
Oh,
nicht mehr.
oh.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle?
Can you surrender this then? I mean,
Geschütz bereit, Herr
okay,
Kommandant.
okay, no. We do not want to engage this anymore. Oh, I thought I would have spotted this by now, but apparently it did not. Okay, we need a proper tank here. I still can't buy the Stuka. I think by the time I can buy it,
Jawohl, Kommandant.
okay, this guy did die. I'm gonna get another one.
Wir müssen hier
Okay, we need to actually get proper 18 here. Well, this Stuka's ready again, so might as well just use that one.
Feind direkt vor eigener Stellung. Verstanden und bestätigt.
You know, like right there. Oh, there's the 50 mil. It's not an actual 50 mil. It's the 1 mil.
Vorsichtig, Männer, der Feind ist in der Nähe. Volltreffer! Sie ist zerstört!
But I think mini one is right. The Valentine is not invulnerable. Alright, and now we're going to turn this on and we're going to bomb it again. Oh, we have these guys still. Let's get these guys in. And then I guess we're going to get another leader in. This one needs to be close here to buff up my AA. And we get these guys in here. Yikes. I hate these planes. Just good. They are just good. Alright, let's see what we can do over here. We're gonna get an 88, like, I don't know, in here. And I can cruise off those super planes. This is annoying. Oh, no. What can you see? This right here, and it's out of range. Perfect. Unload right there, and then you can see it. And I'm gonna get this thing like over there. Oh. There's another armor column coming in. Okay, it's probably starting to push that now. I can bring in these guys now. Right, let's see if we can engage this. Get more tanks. I'm gonna get pioneers, and then we're gonna start to slowly push back over here. Let's try to see if we can push over there. But this is not where I wanted to go. Well, it's actually going to be useful to have those then. It spams all of his tanks in one place. I'm just going to spam my way in here now. No, NOV has these guys, so those are problematic actually. Let's slowly advance over here. Get this back, because we're probably going to lose this now. I think it's actually going to take it back. Good thing is he had to bombard in a phase. Bad thing is, we have to defend now with just these guys against the airspam that is about to start. Oh, I see you. Guess it's not gonna get in there.
Wir können nicht mehr.
You.
Vorsichtig, Männer. Der Feind
Alright,
ist in der
alright,
Nähe.
alright. Let's just push. Oh. Alright, this is balls to the walls. Okay. I'm not claiming that this is the way you should play this. But I'm just gonna spam away now. For funsies. Those are actually not needed anymore. Alright. Look at that slaughter right there. We're gonna feed more man into the meat grinder. This is actually good. So I don't really wanna... No. But we can bomb it. Okay. Something over there. Not something, it's 20 mil. And there we go. This is why the 20 mils are so good. Oh. It's actually brought in artillery. Let's find out what is the secret. I can strafe it with this thing. Alright, I think we can start pushing now. Oh, lag. It's another 20 mil over there. Oh. Not good. Spam. Oh. Focus on that one now. Not much else we can do here. Probably not going to be enough, even though the two at double that. I actually think it might kill one. I think if focused earlier, it might actually... Yeah, there we go. I was going to say maybe it's too late, but it is not yet. Oh, wow. Oh, this thing is only AG. Oh my god. I thought I was cooked, but I'm not actually cooked. I love to learn that I'm not cooked. Is the church tower? Church tower is gone. Okay. That's unfortunate. Oh! Okay. Too much artillery. We need to get more AA then. I don't think he can air spam his way into this for long enough, although it might actually start running low on other stuff. A lot of the things I have are not really useful because they're not meant to deal with infantry. Useless unless it's half track or light tank. What specifically do you mean? Ah, you mean the tanks? Well, there's a lot of divisions where you have infantry and light tanks. This is kind of something that is very common. So that actually makes it quite effective, believe it or not. Like, it actually is a useful tool. Okay, I can maybe start pushing with this guy. So, those French light tanks are actually really good in my opinion. It's like counter most light tanks fairly well. Against those divs and against any of the meta divs too. No! They are actually really good against a lot of the meta divs, because a lot of the meta divs have light armor that this thing can kill. Like, this is legit. 35s are legit one of the best light tanks you can get in the game. I'm not kidding. It's not the best, but it's one of the best. What's there of? It's bad. It is not good because of the rate of fire. It is good. Oh, hello there. It is not good because of the rate of fire. It is good because it has such a high armor that most light tanks struggle to pen it. I can't find one now, fortunately. Okay, we just end it now with pure aggression. Oh, there it is. No, 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 no. I want to live. It's so good. It's ridiculous how good these are. It's 20 mils though. Like, they are actually... Funny enough, my 88 blob here is doing some work. Oh, I have things that ran away quite far. The rate of fire is that of a regular medium tank, but the thing is, Stewards, for example, are very common. And the Steward legit just struggles. Wow, it didn't even manage to finish off the 20 mil before the 20 mil. No, it was still shooting at this. Wow. It's annoying. These things are good. Okay, I should maybe... Well, I mean, we might as well just embrace the spam while we're at it. Right. But we don't have any tank here anymore, which is a bit of a problem. He almost got in though. Almost got in. The rate of fire, I think, is 7, so that of a regular medium tank and light tank. And what makes them so good is that the fact that Stewards, for example, which are very common, just can't pen them. Like, straight up struggle. It's not impossible. I'm not saying that it is. Yeah, okay, I said they can't, but they usually can't. Like, they really just struggle heavily against them. And actually, it's not worth it. Let's just kill that. Did he kill a plane? What? Really? Okay. I did not notice that he did kill something. But yeah, so it is good because, again, it actually blocks off all these tanks. They would have had AT. I should have just tried to drive it closer. Oh, there we go. But yeah, back to the matter at hand. Oh, this thing is not gonna live versus 75 mil. So they just straight up win against a lot of the lighter tanks. Because again, they struggle to pen them, whereas they do not, right? So this thing has, I think, similar pen to as the Steward. We can take a look. Sorry, I have to go back and forth between playing and talking. It has similar pen compared to the Steward, but its armor is just way better. And against all the 20 mil armor, it will do just fine. Those will struggle anyway. Well, the thing is, 85 mils and 88s can technically kill planes. It's just that they very often don't land the shots. So if you have enough of them, eventually one of them will land the shot. That's just not very good. But yeah, it's a rare occurrence that we actually see an 88 sniping a plane. But I don't complain. We take those. We take those. Let's go gambling. Yeah, it feels like that, certainly. Definitely. Okay, the start was not too bad. Then the Marauder came. And then the Marauder came again. But the trades on the ground were actually pretty decent. So, it worked. All right, there we go. We got a Spitfire. Wow. D34 did some work. Sicherungs did some work. I mean, yeah. I think there's not enough Piats in Platypus build stack, though. Speed and a boat. Oh, I'll have to check that later on again. Marauder, that thing hurt. His 81 mils actually did do some good work. Like, those hit me pretty hard. And so did the Marauder. I mean, look at that kill. It's actually pretty good, considering that was a short game. But yeah, okay, it was not that fair of a game. I was wrong then, to be afraid of the... But again, I think he should have used more Piats, because that would have been a lot better. Still GG's, and thanks for the game. But now I quickly want to finish that debate about the 35. This one. 7 rounds a minute, 6 millimeters of armor, 70 millimeters of pen. 20 points. So this thing, generally speaking, wins against Stewards. And is good enough against other light tanks as well. It is quite close, but it also means that a lot of things struggle to pen it. Like all the German light armor, generally loses out against it. The accuracy is pretty decent as well, by the way. So for only 20 points, this thing, in my opinion, is a pretty decent tank. Minimum class as Stuart can definitely pen up close. Yes, it can, but it's not. It struggles a little bit. It's not the question. It's not the question of can or can it not do in like absolute terms, but it will have a bit of a hard time. And especially if the ranges get a little bit longer, all of a sudden this thing tends to win out, generally speaking. Because those 60 millimeters of armor do make a difference. But it says, I mean, some suits have 55 armor plus stabilizer. Yes, but those 5 millimeters still do make a difference at the end of the day. And this makes this thing, in my opinion, one of the best light tanks you can get when it comes to dealing with other light armor. For infantry support, I don't like it. But again, if there's no infantry opposing it, it all of a sudden becomes quite decent as well. So this, in my opinion, is not a bad unit at all. The real question is it worth to gamble a Stuart versus something that costs pretty much the same, probably won't kill? It's the Honey Stuart minivan clan. The Honey Stuart doesn't have stabilizer. I mean, you would still, if you have a Stuart, you will have to fight it. It's kind of hard to get around that. So you have to take it. And again, generally speaking, it tends to lose out. So I actually like the S35. I think it's a nice line tank. Speed is a bit of a downside. In my opinion, they could make it a little bit cheaper to make up for that. It's also not in that many divisions. And most of them aren't that good. So it could be 15 points for all I care. But it's also fine. Obviously, it is not as good as the B2. The B2 is, I think, B2 is legit one of the best light tanks you can get. Because that one has 80 millimeters, if I remember correctly. And like Stuarts and the like will seriously struggle to kill it. The problem is just, let me find the division that has it. You don't get that many of it. This one, for example, doesn't have... it might be the support... yeah, you do. There's the Flampanzer version. There's also another one. But yeah, 80 millimeters of armor, 70 millimeters of pen, still the rate of fire and everything. I like this one. Even the non-Flampanzer version. Actually pretty good. And it does way better against infantry because usually there's a second gun here which does only have HE, which is unfortunate. But it will do just fine against light tanks. And this separate gun that you also get, which only fires HE, at least makes it a lot better against infantry. So, in my personal opinion, actually all of the French tanks are actually quite useful these days. Even these two, which are, they're objectively bad. I'm not saying otherwise. However, this thing for 5 points with 40 millimeters of armor means that something with just an AT rifle has its issues against this. And if you spam this around everywhere, it's actually really annoying to deal with those, especially because you get a row with them. The availability is about the only thing that makes this not so great. And this thing is kind of the same concept. The 60 millimeters of armor, this thing will not kill a Stuart. But it will bully infantry just fine because, again, AT rifles will just not do... Like, the other one, they can pen. This one you can pen with AT rifles. It's not the easiest. They don't have a super easy time, but they can pen. And some of them, which travel a little bit more pen, they will actually consistently pen this. But this one, for example, it's quite a bit more difficult to pen. And it just bullies infantry. And then you need to bring proper armor. And again, some of the 20mm armor, they can actually win. Again, anything that has a proper gun in this light tank, this will lose. But, yeah. So, I personally think these French tanks are very underrated. They're actually quite useful. They're not great, but they're useful. But anyway, thanks for the game, Platypus Bill. Need to get back to you. You actually wrote something I forgot to read. I did have the AT tab, PS plus 2 cards of PL leaders, but I didn't use them enough. Yeah, you definitely should have used more of them, especially at the start. I mean, Korik starts to run out of armor quite quickly. I was not really having that many tanks left in the end, so that was a serious issue. So if you, for example, use those a little bit more aggressively at the start, just to be in ambush position, then it is actually quite nice. Froblo says 39 age is great for point defense against light armor. I mean, I would say that it depends like which light armor, because again, something like a Steward will generally take it out. But against 20 mils, it does the job all right. And it's actually quite nice to just, for very cheap, deal with half-tracks as well. So again, I personally think all of the French tanks, including the S-35, are pretty good in their niche. Let's put it at that. Doesn't mean they're generally good. I'm not so sure, but at least this does not match my experience. And if we take a look at which version has Stewards, this has 2 Stewards. Like the Steward can pen it. It still has a penetration value over the armor value, same rate of fire. However, its armor value is above the penetration value of the H39. So the H39 will struggle penning this, whereas the Steward will struggle less at penning the H39. And it is also, so this has also been my experience. I have definitely killed Stewards with the H39, but it has, no, the energy is not in favor of the 39H. Because again, if you look at the armor versus penetration value, the Steward is clearly favored. Not massively, but clearly enough that it actually matters. And as also, again, this has also been my experience that the Steward, generally speaking, loses out against the 39H. But again, something like the M8, obviously, it's quite nice because this one you can easily pen. And against, let's look for HG. This is a very good example for German. These are a little bit more tricky, but they, no, sorry, against something like this, it also works very well. This, same thing. This is a bit more problematic because it actually fires quite fast and it can one-shot it. So those against loses, but it does cost only 15 points compared to Steward. I think it's 10, actually. Hold on. Where do we have it? Yeah, it's 10. Which is pretty good, in my opinion. I mean, for the price, you cannot complain. Like, if you have 2 versus 1, although I've lost 2 versus 1 against Stewards as well. But if you have 2 versus 1, it's actually a different story, up close. But you have to be very, very close. If you're anything but very close range, it's only going to get worse for this. I mean, maybe you got good RNG, but generally speaking, they lose out. This has been my experience for quite a few games. And again, the stats support it. So I really, really would not say that they should win against Stewards. Again, they can win against Steward, but it doesn't mean that this is the norm. And how it regularly works. I still don't have them. I did not bring them in with this. I probably should bring them in this division as well. But I hate this division to build. It's such a clusterfuck. It's too long? No, it's not too long. One of these, oh no, it's this one. It also has the defensive turrets. Those are quite funny. Never use them though. Because I never play Breakthrough, obviously. It's also a little fun thing. But yeah. Again, French tanks, quite good actually. Like, they're not on a like pure power scale, they're not good, but in terms of cost versus performance, they're actually quite useful. And especially because of the current meta, which is quite light armor heavy, they have their role because they can actually deal with this to some extent. And be light armor itself, it's slow, but again, if you can bully infantry divisions that can't really stop it for 5 points, it's actually quite nice. Anyway, so anyone interested in participating on stream, actually, either by getting coached or coaching me, or just having a co-cast of a game that you find interesting, one of yours or another one, please do let me know. The option is still there. If not, I will continue to quick play. And if the guy, let me know if you're still here, the person who won the 3rd guard tank, because unless someone joins to do something, I will play that in quick play then, if he's still around. Otherwise, I'll play something else. But if you're still here, just write it in the chat, and then I can give this a go. Again, if someone doesn't join. So yeah, if someone wants to participate, do let me know. Always welcome. If not, it's going to be a queue game for me. So far, really quiet. Yeah, I also need some water because it is getting quite hot in here. I don't know how it is where you guys are living, but at least in Switzerland, it is getting quite hot at the moment, and I do not like it one bit. Okay, awfully quiet. So, looks like the third tank guy is also not here. So, poor Euros don't have AC. Well, unfortunately, yes. Like, when I grew up, it wasn't really needed, I would argue. It still got hot a few days, but in the recent year with climate change and all, I don't know why it is so fast. Because, like, overall, it's not such a it's not that massive, but at least in Europe, in the last few years, it just felt like it has really become a lot hotter in summer. So now it's not just 1 week that is really hot. So I wish we had AC now, yes. But it's not so easy to get it, at least not in Switzerland. Okay, I would join, but out of town. Yeah, that is unfortunate then. I'm gonna go and get into the queue then. The question is with what division? I'm just gonna see what I might feel like practicing today. I usually just like to play off meta division, which is not very helpful because then in tournament games when I play meta divisions, I'm not very used to them, but that is another problem. The absolute meta ones are banned anyway, usually. Let us see. We could take Cross Paris for a ride again. I actually like that division. Although probably updated. Is Inval AC really inaccessible in Europe? I mean, it will probably depend on the country. I can't speak for other countries. But like fixed installed AC is hard to get. Generally speaking, at least in my country, I think you need how's it called, like a building permit for it or something like that they usually don't give. Like you can get it, like obviously certain buildings can get it, but like just your regular home, I think is not that easy. It's what I've heard at least, because since I'm renting an apartment, for me, it's not really a thing that I will be concerned about anyway, since this is something that my landlord would have to do. So I'm not that familiar with the process. I just know that it's not that easy. I think there's also a thing from the past, because you have to remember, for Europe specifically, energy is not that cheap, because you don't really have an easy way of getting it. So country, I think, like the US has way cheaper energy prices than we do, which I think it was the reason, from what I've heard, why it was hard to get in the past, but I don't know how it's gonna change. I just finished my beginner's tournament game. Would you be interested to have a look? Sure. What do you want to do? Get like a coaching look, or how do you want to? What do you want from it? I think that sounds like a stupid question, but that helps me kind of assess what I can do for you. Well, central heating, yes, obviously. This one you should have in any building. But cooling, air conditioning, this is the general problem. I mean, heating you do need. Otherwise, you have a problem in winter. I'm also wondering, I mean, a lot of houses these days get like heat pumps installed, where in the winter you get heat from deep in the earth. And I've heard that you can kind of reverse this in the summer, but I'm not actually sure. So I'm not an expert. It's called opening a window. Well, hello, the noob. Hello. Well, you can open the window. We do that regularly. I mean, when it's hot, you just open it in overnight and then close it, keep it closed during the day. but it still gets hot at some point. When it's like hot outside for multiple days, eventually it does not work as well anymore. Also, especially now that you know, if you have a gaming PC running in your room during all day, this is actually a problem. This like you notice this. It heats up so well. It's actually crazy because in winter I usually have to turn down the heating in my room after the computer's been running for a while because it gets so hot. Not sure we finished half an hour ago. Thought it may be interesting to cast it, maybe about beginner's mistake. And bugs. Well, I mean, you can have like a mosquito net, and that problem is sorted out. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely cast it. The question is going to be, do you guys, if you want, you can join in and we can talk about the game together and have a look. If you want to have it combined with a little bit of coaching, kind of, if you want to. Although Frablord is probably not happy then, because then the noob, who I think was your opponent, was it? Oh no, it wasn't. Yeah, sure, let's do it then. Then I will have. Then Kerr will not be happy because he's your coach, but no, just kidding. Yeah, we can do that. If you want to, you can hop in the channel and we can have a look at it together. Like on my Discord, and then I can move you into my streaming channel. If not, I will just cast it and talk about it. And yeah. No. I thought it was the noob that was also here for the. I thought he was the one who also played. So I thought I was joking that you were not happy because you were meant to be his coach. If I do the coaching with him, but it's not actually the noob. It's forever. Okay, he's waiting in a waiting room. I will quickly need to make sure that you can hear the Discord as well. Otherwise, this whole thing is not really useful. Oh, it's not what I wanted. Hold on. There we go. Now I should be able to activate Discord. Good. And I move him over. Move to. Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me well? Guys, can you hear Forever well?
Hello.
Okay, I think I need to turn the volume up on you a little bit. Can you say something again?
Yep, hello.
Okay, better. Let me know in the chat if I need to further turn it up. Sounds good. Okay. All right, just give me a second to get the game and then we can get this going. All right. So let's see. Actually, maybe let's take a quick look at your deck first. If that makes sense.
This is before this week. I haven't played this game in like 2 years, so that was really interesting.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
And
yeah, just go.
Yeah, also I built the deck like on the spot, like after we picked divisions. So that was really interesting too.
Well, in my opinion, it's actually the best way of doing it because then you have a really a deck that is really adjusted to the matchup. All right. So Folk got mechanized on Cell. It's a good choice. So it's already a good start. Good. Now, you played against 14th Infantry, right? Yeah, you did. So, okay, do you have a few comments? What I would generally recommend, because they're super good, is the Valentines. You could definitely take the Recon Valentines, because the Recon tank is always better than a regular tank, just for the fact that, if it's the same one, that is.
Right.
Just because it can spot better. Availability obviously is a bit of a downside, but this is fine. So, especially against something like 14th, because they have some light-ish stuff. And this thing can actually brawl against the Stuk just fine at closer ranges. So that would definitely be good. The noob says, I immediately spot something I want to ask, not trying to be rude or anything, but why did you vet the Spirit Presage? Okay, you got the... This is, I think, directed to you.
Yeah, well, if I looked at the card, I saw that it had, what, 90% accuracy? And then I saw vetting it added like 7% to it.
Okay. I see. So generally speaking, I mean, honestly, I'm not necessarily opposed to doing it. This is kind of unit that is more meant for rushing and use a lot of those usually. Sometimes you also just use it in like 1 or 2 in specific positions. If you actually want to use it for just that, like have it in 2 or 3 specific positions on the map at the start, then actually vetting is really not that bad in my opinion, because it's just slightly better, but you don't need the numbers. If you really want to do like a Unga Bunga rush and just send them in everywhere, then you don't want to vet them and just have the numbers. But you can waste a lot of points with that if you do, because it's 90 points. So even though I usually don't vet them, I'm actually not against it, Noob. I don't think it's a mistake. Just depends on what you want from them. But yeah, also this thing is really good against infantry. So the Dushka is basically like a 50 cal, and 50 cals are really good. So this is a unit I would generally use. But this is okay. This is serviceable. Oh, actually, no. The dozer is usually not something that is worth taking with this transport here. If you want to take a transport with your recon, always take the motorized Svetka, because you get a 50 cal transport with it, which is a lot better. So those are, I would generally recommend using this. Or if you are concerned about the price, just take the dozer at 15 points in a Jeep and be done with it. That's also fine. Or you get basically the same performance with this thing here, but is a lot faster than this thing here, which is very slow. And the DT it's just a DT. Again, you can get the same. You have to radio, I forgot about that. So maybe it's actually, if you want to radio, it's okay. Otherwise, I would not bother with this. Another recommendation here, I would vet. Recon that is specifically when I use the only spot, I would always vet. It doesn't tell you here anywhere, but it actually spots better. Like you can see further if it has if it is wetted. So this is something I would recommend. Now onto this. I would not use Kevadia whenever you can use Kevadia DP. Double machine gun units are always better than single machine gun units. So there are use cases for these. I'm not saying that they're never useful, but as a general rule of thumb, I would always recommend going for the double machine gun if you can. So like there is some differentiations to be made, but for a beginner, I would just say do it like this, and then you're definitely not doing anything wrong. Also, you definitely want to have another infantry unit in A phase. Only 1 line infantry in A phase is not that much, so you can actually struggle with this quite significantly. And then you don't really need 3 cards of CQC in B phase, so you can move 1 to A phase, then you're actually really good at CQC in A phase. And this is what I would recommend here. For the tank tab, because they're very good, I generally would use 2 Valentine cards. Because they're so good, or you just use 1 and take the other one in the recon tab. But you can get 2, and this is very efficient. Like the reason why this thing is so good is because the pen you can take on a Sherman quite easily. You can 2-shot it. It is super cheap. So even if you trade against a Sherman, you lost less than half the points that your opponent spent on the Sherman, for example. Same for the Stug. The Panzer IV obviously is not as crazy of a difference anymore, but still. The thing is much cheaper, and because of the fast rate of fire, it generally kills other tanks before they can kill it. So usually it actually comes out on top and doesn't even die, which for 35 points is insane. So this thing is the trading machine. So it will kill things, and even if it dies, you have not lost that many points. So I would use those whenever you can. But this is fine, especially if you would have the recon Valentine. You don't need both in here. I would take them, but I don't have to. Support tab is fine, actually. I specifically like this because it comes in a faster transport than the MG42. The MG42 is better, but the transport is so slow, and these are very crucial at the start to get in position fast. Oh, I would absolutely start learning. For an absolute beginner, you can definitely not do it. So it's fine to not take it. But once you get like the hang of basics, it is worth starting to learn this. But for a start, I actually think it's fine if you don't. Because you need to learn everything else and get a hang of the game and learn the micro properly. So this might just be overwhelming at the start. But if you have time at some point, I can recommend learning this. Also, I would still vet my machine guns personally. This one, yeah, these are super efficient. If you want to have more range, it's fine. Since you build it for a specific map, you can actually take the 45mm because these ranges, like this one, is quite good. Also, oh yeah, you can take 2 cards of bazookas if you want to, but you definitely want to have 1 in A and 1 in B. Like 2 in B, so 1 with the Rozvedka and 1 with the Panzerek is not worth it. One in B is enough. Especially since you have so many good tanks. This would be the least of my worries.
I didn't notice that both had a Panzerschreiber like a bazooka.
Oh, really?
So,
no, Rozvedka have bazookas. So very often you use them instead of, like, because a lot of Soviet divisions don't have Panzereks, obviously. So you use the Rozvedka and the Recon tab as your bazooka unit, because you want some sort of bazooka units whenever you can get it. And then in divisions that have both, like here, for example, it can get quite expensive in the AT tab, especially if you want to fit like 45mm in or the card of SE76. And then sometimes you just don't take this and then you tank the Rozvedka instead. But yeah, so I would only do one of those because it's not really worth having both. Oh, here, this is important. You do want to vet your 37 because they are quite bad, unfortunately. But what makes them usable is that a double vet, you still get 2 of them. And a double vet, they do okay. So I would always double vet them and get 2 AA pieces, and then you can take another one in B phase. This is actually a nice unit as well, so this is absolutely worth taking. I personally prefer it in A phase because it is multi-purpose, and in A phase you get the most value out of it being multi-purpose, right? You get a AP out of it, and you can also shoot at ground targets. But you can take it in B phase. This is fine. This one you also don't need to vet, so this is fine. This is the only one where I would say definitely give it some veterancy. Here, the artillery is not really worth it unless you need more leaders in general, because MLRS is not going to be affected at all by artillery leaders, and mortars are just going to get buffed, like with veterancy, but they don't get any of the benefits. What it does is when you have tube artillery, like howitzers specifically, not mortars, like this is, for example, it makes them aim faster. And it makes them, it gives them a slower dispersion. It also gives them radio, which also in radio radius gives us a lower dispersion and makes them aim faster. But it does not do any of those 2 things for mortars. So unless you want to have more leaders to use with your infantry, take an artillery leader. If you don't have any howitzers, is absolutely useless, essentially.
I actually didn't know that. I thought it just buffed all artillery units. But
no, it's all fine. I mean, this is we're here to learn, right? So, but yeah, this is what it does. It still gives veterancy, so the mortar is still going to be better with it. It's just you don't get any of the extra benefits that it can give to artillery because the mortar is not affected by it. And MLRS is not profiting from any of this anyway, so this thing is completely unaffected. Even veterancy does not change anything for it. But this one is actually a good idea. This is a unit that you hear people hating a lot, and I do the same thing as well. However, if you just need to kill a mortar with it, it can actually do it quite reliably, as I've got to notice in a recent game. And it can just act like a mini off-map. You just strike an area, pin everything, and then you can move in. Off-map would also be a very good choice for this division, my opinion. I usually use it, but it's up to you. The air tab, this thing is fine. This one is bad. This is something that I just learned from experience. So you can't know this at the start, but I'm just telling you now, this thing is bad. What you can take is the Cobra, because this thing is really good. You get, for some reason, unlike other Soviet planes, this one has better rockets, and you get 6 of them. So this thing consistently kills things, and sometimes even kills tanks. So this is very dangerous. You get 3, which is really good. So I can absolutely recommend taking this. Whenever you can take it. I think it's only this division, this particular one. So this is only valid for this division, but this is definitely something worth using. So yeah, this is what I would recommend here. Changing your infantry to double machine gun infantry, move a little bit more to A, you're way too B phase heavy. And double that your AA. And I think then it's actually already quite serviceable. Then we're talking about small difference that I would change. Not all of them are things that you actually need to change, just how I would do it. All right, let's go to the game. Someone says,
You gonna look at the opponent's deck, or
oh, we can if you want to. Yeah, sure.
yeah, might as well.
I don't know. The guy actually. I need to find out who was your opponent. Like, what was his name in the challenge?
He was called Joe.
Oh, okay. Because I just see QRT in the replay thing. I don't know who that is then. Okay.
It took me a while to figure out too.
Let's see. I'm actually gonna ask you first. What do you think of this? I think that's
I was playing,
the best learning that we can do.
Yeah, it was after I played, but it was actually I only saw a single tiger for the whole game, and I just thought, they were just not really there at all. I couldn't notice them at all. And I guess the other thing was the Dukes weren't as good, like didn't perform so well in this game compared to when I was playing. I played a couple games of quick play for practice, and the Stuk versus Sherman matchup was always the Stuk was winning most of the time. But this game, I actually came out on top quite often. And I guess the last thing was, I think it's just because I didn't call enough AA, but his bombers were a bit annoying, so I couldn't really stop them too much. But yeah, I guess that was the things I really noticed. The one last thing was his infantry just seemed worse, as in I was winning a lot of force fights, just in general.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of these things make sense with the deck, and also the map, because actually let's talk about this while we're at it, right? So the map was Cell, which is a close range map. So Tigers are just not that useful on those maps, because if you look at something like the Tiger, and this is true for any heavy tank really, unless your opponent has no tools whatsoever to kill it up close, you never want to use this at close range, right? It has 2,000 meter range, so this is where you want to use it. Because as you probably know, the value you see for penetration here is for point blank, and it drops off over time, right? It doesn't show you here how far, but I think it will have something around maybe 100 millimeters of pen at 2,000 meter range. Maybe it's too much. Maybe it's like 120. But you see the point, right? It drops off. So anything at range will have a hard time penning the Tiger, but as you get close, anything that has like your Cis 2, for example, can actually pen this up close. So you never really want to have your Tiger at close range. And it is quite expensive. It can get side-shotted as well, which is not a problem. And it is quite expensive for losing it in such a way. So this is why you usually don't see something like the Tiger up close, and why you probably didn't see one in this game. Because again, or the other use case is if you bring a Tiger that has heavy armor. A tank that has heavy armor, your opponent might bring a Tiger to kill it. Like even just, let's say at long range, if you bring like a bunch of Stuks, and you're at 1750 meter range, Tiger can deal with those. Stuks will struggle to pen it. So that makes sense, but up close, there's just no use case for this. So this is why you didn't see one. And the Stuks, the main issue that they have is they don't have a turret, right? So they always need to turn, which takes some time. So the reason why they may not have performed so well is that the Stuk I want to say this, but the Stuk is very slow at turning, so it might just get side-shotted before it can get a shot off. And if you're very close again, the Sherman will still struggle to pen this, as this is the value that also the Sherman's gun has for penetration. The Stuk will not struggle to pen the Sherman, but the important thing is, at close, the Sherman can pen the Stuk. So if the Sherman gets like one pen on the side shot, and the Stuk hasn't even fired, then the Sherman can still shoot twice before the Stuk will kill it if it lands both shots. So So that then favors the Sherman all of a sudden. The Sherman also has a hidden stat that you don't see, which is called Stabilizer. So it actually aims incredibly fast. So where the Stuck first needs to see, oh, there's a tank and start aiming, the Sherman already shoots. So up close, Shermans can actually deal with those. And the Valentines, of course, as well, because they don't struggle as much to pet these up close. So this is probably why they haven't performed as well in this game. But we're going to see that. As far as his infantry is concerned, he doesn't really have enough CQC, which is why your infantry was superior at CQC. He has one Pioneer in A phase. This one is actually quite good, but then he has nothing until C phase, and he definitely will want to have either this in B phase or the Sturm Pioneer in B phase. So he has not actually any dedicated CQC in B phase, which is why you noticed that he also does, but it's also only A phase. So this is why you noticed that your CQC was much better. And then his infantry is all single machine gun. This is actually where your double machine gun would be quite useful, because then I should reliably beat those. And this is also his only line infantry, so he'll definitely struggle. He also used the SS Truppen, which are quite bad. They can be useful for tank divisions, because you can, like, they don't do anything, right? And they dishearten, so they run away. So you can use them in tank divisions to kind of screen a little bit for your tanks so that they don't get killed and they actually get to see where the opponent is at. Other than that, they are just completely useless. Like for an infantry division, you don't want to use those at all. So that is not a big mistake that he made here. Yeah, this looks okay, except for that this one probably should be in A phase. This looks okay as well, although generally speaking, you don't want to have single vat UAT guns. Availability is more important than increasing performance for those. Yeah, here, these you don't need to vet. They're actually good as they are, but these are bad as they are, so you do want to vet them. And ideally, just want to not use them and use more of those instead. Although I think you can actually... No, they didn't get the transport, fortunately. His artillery time is, I mean, this is really good. It's not using these or the off-map or the SK-18. These are just kind of not needed. So yeah, his deck is not great. It's a lot to change here. For example, also this thing, whenever you have something with a lot of light bombs, it's usually not that effective because it will spread out over a wide area. And then you may just get hit by one bomb or by none of them and just be pinned but not take any damage. And it's okay if you just want to move in and surrender units. But if you actually want to kill something, this will not do anything. So something like this with a bigger bomb that lands on spot and does the damage is actually way, way more reliable. This one is actually fine. But yeah, so there's a lot of mistakes. So not good infantry. Some of the infantry he took is good, but not enough in B phase. And some of it is quite bad. And obviously he's not taking the best artillery he can. So, but let's see. Let's see the game. So I'm just going to skip ahead to where it starts, and then you can, or while we do that, you can tell me a little bit about your game plan, because it's always interesting to hear. We're going to watch this from your perspective, since it's kind of a coaching/cast combination. I think it's more important. But yeah,
game plan. That's a good question.
Just tell us what you were thinking, basically.
Yeah, so I guess what I was thinking mainly was where I was like, the first thing is where do I want to push and where I don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought like basically the left, so it's like, yeah, I thought the left I couldn't win. Mm-hmm. Or well, I was mainly thinking of defense on the left because there was like no flags over there. Or like for my side, so I just hold him, mm-hmm. like hold him as long as I can, essentially. And then I would push on the right because there was like more forest, not a lot of mm-hmm. very long sight lines, and I thought I could beat him there. And then, well, yeah, basically everything else, hold as long as I can, I guess, and until I get, I can like build up more troops to really push, I guess. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I guess the only thing that's specific to the opener was those PPSH. I thought I could, kind of sneak a couple kills because they're pretty quick. But except that, I don't think I did anything particularly special.
No, I mean, a lot of it's actually pretty good, because this is like, it sounds trivial, but it's actually important to take a quick pause and think about where you really want to push and where you don't want to push, because sometimes you see people just not pushing anywhere or trying to push everywhere, and this is usually a quick path to disaster. So, like this, again, it sounds stupid, but this is actually, so it's good that you said this because this is something you always need to do. So that should always be the starting point, essentially. Now the flag thing, so just to explain it to you, so tell is a bit of an unbalanced map. You got the good side though, and what this allows you to do is you can actually choose where you want to engage, and you can do this on every part of the map. You can push for this, which what you have to look for is how deep are the flags, right? This is quite close to the front, so this is easy to get. This is okay. This is okay. This is far too deep. This is a bit too deep. This is, yeah, you see all these basically quite deep. So this is not that easy to get. So you can push for this one and just slow grind over here. That's actually good for you. You can go on the hill. You can take this and then you have, so there's two things you have to look at, not just flags, but also terrain. If you go for terrain, you could even get the flag here and then you have the hill, and from the hill, you can overlook a lot of things. And that can then help you to get this flag, maybe even these two. So it just allows you to get into a lot of places. But you can also decide to push over here. You get this flag, then you have a long line of sight here and can just cut off your opponent. Obviously, if you're not so good at range with your division, that's a bit more tricky. So it's perfectly fine for you to make the call that you're going to focus on more on the right-hand side. Your division can actually still fight on the left, but this is a good call. So as far as this is concerned, so far good. Actually, just quickly want to try and catch up on the comments in the chat. Something I like to do is deploy my afters with a 2-man flame team, basically stem Molotov and make them look clear. Yes, that's actually a really good thing to do. Groom Guy also points out that Tanga has less drop-off. I don't know, I need to check the stats for that. There's a stat sheet for these things. The noob says, not gonna lie, just after seeing this deck, I kind of feel like I don't belong to being center. Well, look, for beginners, it's always going to be a spread of different actual skill levels. And that's just fine. So you're still fine in there. Although I think if you continue to play for a little bit longer, you probably really don't belong there anymore. Anyway, back to this. So let's quickly look at this. So you said you hope to get some quick kills with them. Unfortunately, on this map, on the side you got, there's not that many positions you can actually do that. But generally speaking, they're already valuable because they come in cheap. And that is just quite fast. So what you can actually do is you can just rush forward in and you get in some early positions. Like, let's assume, for example, that this town was oriented differently and you actually come from both sides into it like so, right? What you could do is, if both of you would arrive at the end of the town at the same time with transports of the same speed, you get a little bit further, like maybe up until here, and then your opponent has to get to you and you can't just drive in because these guys with their Panzerschreck would kill it. Panzerfaust. So this is how you use those. So they don't necessarily get kills. Sometimes they do. But even if they don't get kills, they're just zoning your opponent out very early on and generate some space for you. Okay, so over here, we do see some defensive deployment over here. You're actually trying to get in here, which is definitely nice. So I need to check later on what you actually have here, but it doesn't look that too bad at the moment. One thing that I do want to point out here, though, is that since all of your infantry, this is also why you want to have another card of infantry in A phase. Since the Partisani are all in slow transports, this can be a problem for you because they arrive just too slow. But that is important to note. Over here, where's the AT gun going? This is a good position. So it's a very good start, actually. This is a fine position. I usually put it like in those houses. The downside to this is if there's like infantry up here, it's actually in range to shoot back. Another thing you can do is you can put a machine gun in here, by the way. I get a nice line of sight to anything that tries to move into this flag, but just some bonus advice. This is fine. Not a lot of pressure, but okay. Let's quickly see what your opponent did. He's trying to contest this. He's going defensive over here. Not really sure what he's trying over there. Defense deployment. But with says penetration dropper follows a set of curves that are channelly standardized for given range. Tiger is an exception there. It loses a similar percentage as other 2K tanks. Okay. Also very defensive over here. So it's blobbing up a lot. Defense deployments, but let's see. So the good thing, the one thing that I actually like to see here is that you're aggressive over here at first. Like you're actually, it seems that you're making a push for something, which is one of the most important things to do. You can do an only defensive deployment if you know that, for example, your opponent is on the timer because he's on Vanguard and your division is not that good at pushing, but your division is very good at stopping and grinding, then it's perfectly fine. Otherwise, of course, you do want to be a little bit more careful with not pushing, because if you don't generate any pressure anywhere, you basically allow your opponent to dictate how the whole game is going to be played. And then the opponent can always pick where he wants to engage. Obviously, we'll only pick good engagements, right?
Yeah, one thing I noticed looking at the deployment, I said I was gonna attack on the right, but then I have very few troops on the right.
I was wondering already if I misunderstood that. I just went with it.
Yeah. No,
but yeah, so
that actually was my plan, but then I guess did the exact opposite of what my plan said it was gonna do.
What helps if you're a bit unsure how you want to deploy, and if this is a mistake that happens often, best thing to do is just double check the deployment before you start. If you notice that it's a tendency, because maybe if you do this automatically, maybe it is also because it is actually a good idea. Because I don't think it's a bad idea. Right, so if this happens more often, maybe just deploy and then double check and then think like, okay, can this actually work? And how can you help with it? Because then you're kind of mentally prepared for following up. Because if you're not, and this push is successful, and you're not actually following it up then because you're focused on this side, because this was the original plan, then you have a bit of a problem, right? Because then you can't really exploit the gap you just created. But if you're aware of it and like, okay, this is the place to push, then that's perfectly fine. The other alternative is you actually put down some defensive units first in the areas where you know you want to defend. And then you don't actually accidentally deploy heavily where you don't want to push. And then you really focus on deploying where you want to push. Now, this is the first time I have to do some criticism here properly. This is a beginner's game. Let's say beginner's tournament game. So this at the moment is not needed. And the important thing about planes is there's two reasons you want to bring a plane. Well, actually three. One of them is recon planes to get vision. This is very useful, especially at the deployment. And then the other two are you want to force your opponents to react to the plane and invest into AA, right? So that he doesn't have as much points on ground units that can actually deal with your ground units. And the third option is you have something that you really need gone. Be it because you have another way of killing it, or because it could kill one of your crucial units, right? If your AA is about to die and you can save it with a plane, then it makes a lot of sense to do it. So this is where buying a plane is perfectly fine. Now, just to force a reaction, you generally want to go with cheap planes. This thing, 95 points is not that cheap anymore. So there's no reason for you here to buy a plane, in my opinion. Because none of this really needs you to buy a plane. And there's no direct threat to any key units here. So I would just not buy a plane here. You have to remember it's a lot of points, and the deployment is still happening. Everything is still getting to the front line. So those points are like the first 2 or 3 ticks of income are very, very important, because how the first few minutes of the game goes dictates a lot of how the game goes in total. If you get forced out of key positions early on, for example, this is a problem. So if a plane can prevent this, it is a very good investment. But if you buy a plane and then you don't have the points to react to something else happening that would help you to not lose a key position, then you're in trouble. So this is why buying a plane in the first tick of income is perfectly fine. If the reason for it, if there's a good reason for it, if the situation asks for it. But this is not one of these cases. There's no like real threat for you here at the moment that needs you to buy a plane. So this is, and you're also not killing a high value target, right? So if you kill something expensive that then really forces your opponent to react to it, that's actually perfectly fine. But I killed a motorbike. That was not really the main issue because this thing was coming in anyway. This thing could also have dealt with it. But he got the 13 level because your opponent did not really deploy anything over there. And over here, he pushes getting in. And there's a bunch of Ersatztruppen that are just sitting there, not really doing anything. Now, oh, also, your leader should always be with where your actual units are. I guess, yeah, okay, they're to arrive. It makes sense. Just a little bit too slow. This is what I meant with, if you have slave transports, you have to be careful with this. Now here you should get easily overwhelmed. Over here, this one should win out. It's a partcipiate again, but it's a very slow move. Mountains is still about to arrive. We have one AT gun here, so generally speaking, I would recommend to not put an AT gun on like roads like this. It comes with experience because for you, I guess there's no way to know if you whether it's going to push from this road or from this road or from this road or that one. But if you look at the line of sight that you get, it's very narrow and it's not super. Well, it's actually somewhat far. But for example, something coming from here you will see very late, and then it's at a range where you can actually shoot back. So you have to be aware of that. If you're like somewhere over here, you have a long line of sight. It's not that narrow, and tanks should not really be able to engage this AT gun from a distance. They can easily shoot with machine guns as well. Because obviously this thing is going to get pinned much faster if a machine gun from a tank is also shooting it compared to when it's just a cannon. So this is why this is a bit of a tricky spot. So you can do it, but generally speaking, AT guns should be in places where they can get a lot of, where they can get a good overlook over as much ground as possible so that you can get actually a lot of value out of it. Like here, it kind of makes sense since your opponent will have to get through here when he wants to get up here or contest his flag. Even if he doesn't get through here, this is good because it forces him to not get through here and take the way slower road over here, which is where you can then fight him with other means. So that's also fine. It's not that necessary there. Yeah, sorry. I thought you were going to say something, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm going to make it a little bit louder. Okay, so yeah, this is probably a loss for you. Yeah, since your infantry here is not really up. Although the Partisani, against two of those, probably not so much. But you can see the problem with... so the problem is maybe the wrong word. You can see the cost of being slow with your deployment. You get this flag without actually really contesting it too much. That's perfectly fine. And he's now engaged. Now, there's two things here to take note of. So first of all, this is a major mistake from your opponent, but something you can learn from as well. Tanks don't want to be alone. They always want to have infantry that can spot for them, because this is a very easy way of losing them. For example, your T-34 up here, if it's like sitting in the green forest over here, they can have a long line of sight. They will probably not see it, and your T-34 will just kill them. And they will never have spotted it because the vision of tanks is so bad. So, the other mistake is on your side here. This is not really doing much. You kind of want to always... So just sitting in the forest patch can sometimes be useful if you know for a fact that the opponent tries to push through it. But other than that, you always want to have something that can project some sort of power to outside of the forest. So you want to have line infantry in here, or maybe even if it's like a longer range, like in this side, it could be a machine gun as well, or an AT gun, but you want to have something here that can actually fight something, because otherwise what's going to happen, your opponent can just move around it, and that's it. So this is something you have to be concerned about. I like this one. This, for example, is a good positioning, because if your opponent, and this also makes this somewhat redundant, so if you're concerned that your opponent tries to rush through here, you put that in here. If your opponent really tries to just rush with a lot of units through here, this might stop some of these units and delay him. So this is one of the things that the partcipiate does very well. And because of the way your opponent deployed, now you can actually get a flag for free, which is also nice. He kind of did the same thing here with the Panzerek. It's not in the best position. And it's also not as useful as this thing, because this thing will take a little bit longer to shoot, and you have a very limited amount of those. And most importantly, you don't have any light armor that you can use to rush. But the general concept is not bad. In recon, you have to be a little bit careful where you put it, because it has to be in a position where I can actually do something, where I can see something. So sniper is actually a good position. Maybe move a little bit over here, and then I can see down that road, which is where a lot of fighting is going to happening alongside of. Over here, these guys are still coming in. That's all right. Your SS-76 did die. Yeah, this range against the Stug, it's not so good for the SS-76. Coming with an MCHA. Yeah, here you have to be careful. I'm not really sure. You should be able to see the Stug with your recon over here. It is a nice spot for recon, for example. At this distance, you don't really want to engage the Stug with a Sherman, because it's way in favor for the Stug. The Sherman will shoot first because of the stabilizer, but that's about it. At this range, you will struggle to pen the Stug, and the Stug should not struggle to pen the Sherman. So you want to put the Sherman like over here. You can like bring it over here, for example. And then as the Stug gets closer, only about here it can actually see the Sherman. It also means that the Stug would need to turn first for the Sherman, which means you get some time to get a sight shot for it, on it. Okay, looks like the Partisani won, interestingly enough. And now we have more Shortstrooper and Grand DDP coming in. On your side, more Partisani. So
Yeah, that was a comment
actually,
from my opponent as well.
You
so
know
like
what?
The Partisanis are just kind of crazy.
Yeah,
It's CQC.
They're pretty decent. One thing, actually, I think it is way easier for you. I'm going to stream it in Discord so that you can see in real time what I'm actually talking about, because I think there's a little bit of delay between the stream.
Yeah.
So I forgot about that. Sorry. But let's do it that way, because that makes it way, way easier.
Of course. All right. I can see that.
All right. Yeah, I think that's going to help a lot. Okay, now you bring the recon plane, which is good decision. Someone asked, Partisani doesn't have shock though, right? It doesn't, but it has a Molotov and it has 5 SMGs, and it just doesn't die because it's 12 strength. I personally think it's one of those units that, and this is why I also said this to start, maybe another CQC in Avis would be good. This is a unit that on its own is not phenomenal, but if you combine it with another unit, for example, it really shines. So this is something I would recommend. But the thing is, if you're only fighting against a Strasstrup MP44, this is more than enough. I think a big problem here is also that your opponent is trying, for you it's not a problem, but for your opponent, is trying to take this on with Strasstrup MP44. Like, he tries to use this as a dedicated CQC unit, which it can be, but not on its own. 2 of them are okay. So this is where it starts to get better. But the thing is, this thing does not really MP44s. And the Mosin still add a little bit of damage and suppression. That just means that one of these gets easily killed off by the Partisani, and it will not kill the Partisani in time, despite this not having shock. So for you, if you don't know, shock, this rate out here, makes you take a little bit less damage. I think it's 10% or something like that, damage and suppression up close. And that is a massive game changer. So any CQC unit that does not have shock is definitely not as good as one that has the same loadout with shock. Okay. Now you see your opponent is making a move over here, and the Sherman also died. So this we talked about with the Stug versus the Sherman, right? And it's 13-11 for your opponent now. It's also making a push in here. Okay, this is okay. I can see why the infantry fight thing. He said that. So obviously, I think you know this already, since at least it looks like it according to your deployment. Light infantry does not belong to forest, it's just not meant for it. So this is the, yeah, and then it loses easily, especially to you, because SVTs are just better than your standard rifles, right? Partisani though does not want to be at range, so you have to be a little bit careful with that. I don't know what are you trying to kill with that. Oh, look at that, see, the looks now died. This thing does not look damaged at all. No, it does not. Now the artillery is coming out. Yeah, and I was trying to dig you out if artillery is definitely something that your division can't really answer to. Although, again, the 82mm MLRS can actually take those out if you have like them up here. Should probably be able to do it. So culling in Valentine's, this is fine. Although, what was your reasoning for culling in the Valentine there?
I think I spotted like one of his with the recon that I saw his sticks back there, right? I thought they were gonna move up.
Okay, so you want to have like a defensive tank over here.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's actually perfectly reasonable. So that's a good reason to call in the Valentine there. Just wanted to know. Now, at this point, okay. So what was your thinking with the 82 mil here?
Yeah, I just thought, well, he was already in me, right? So I gotta do something about it because, well, I just kind of imagined I was just gonna lose if I didn't have my own army.
I mean, generally speaking, this can be true. However, you deck by default, because the division is built like that, does not have a lot of RT. So in those cases, it's fine if you don't have it. Now, your RT is a bit like planes. You kind of want to bring it when you have a need for it. So what you don't, if you have bad artillery, what you don't want to do is don't want to engage your opponent's artillery, because this is a fight you're going to lose, right? What makes sense though, unless you have like one and just try to stall time, then it can actually work. I've done that in the past as well successfully. Other than that, you need to have something here that you want to get killed or pinned that requires you to bring artillery. So this would be the other situation where buying artillery is fine. So just buying it because your opponent buys it is not necessarily the way to go, unless you specifically plan on taking out your opponent's artillery. But a division that has bad artillery like this one, I just wouldn't bother with it if I was you. So buying it is not necessarily bad, but buying it just to react to your opponent's artillery is not a good idea. In this case, not in general. Now, this is something I would generally not do. It can be like sometimes you don't have any alternative other than engaging tanks with artillery. But this should be more of a last resort because it takes so much ammo to actually achieve anything. So it is super inefficient. So unless you really have to, I wouldn't really do it. And here, for example, you don't have to because that's just sitting there at the moment, right? You still have to flag. You're not pushing for this anyway. If you were, you don't actually need to face Stux. You can get things up here, drive around here, and the Stux can't even do anything to you. They're just sitting there, basically. So at the moment, you don't need to take them out. It makes sense to have something that you can bring in if your opponent decides to push with them. This makes a lot of sense. But like having this in a more or less defensive position, for example, would do that just fine. Or having just a bazooka in here. Because again, the flag is back here, so he needs to get to the whole village over here in this forest patch. So at the moment, you don't actually need to do anything to them. If you can kill them for cheap, go for it, because it means that he needs to invest something if he wants to replace it. Or he might do a panic buy or something like that. Or he might not push because did not pay attention, didn't see how it died, and he's afraid that there's something here that can easily kill it. And he doesn't know where it is. So if you can go for a cheap kill on a tank, by all means do it. But if a tank is not actually a threat, and if you can deal with it, if it moves closer, like if it moves into a threatening position, you don't need to go out of your way to deal with it. That's my point. Can be nice again to just get trades. But I would not use the artillery for this because this is kind of very inefficient with ammo. How much this go? Okay, so you just replace this. This makes sense. This looks actually decent so far. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing with tank support that I told you when I talked about the looks. You want to have some infantry. So if your tank is just sitting here and you have no infantry to actually spot what is in here or over here, this is never a good thing. So you always need some infantry spot for it. And now it's also moving because you probably realized that your Valentine died. So with that, this is definitely something you wanna change. Now, I think I'm not sure if he will look at this game with you, but Kurt might also, if he takes a look at this game with you as well, he might also bring out different points because he's a better player, and especially he has a very different playstyle from mine. So there's probably different things he notices. But just want to point it out. Yeah, this, for example, like this is actually good. Like you have to plane. So you might as well just use it. This is an important thing. Unless there is something, you will hear different opinions on this, but in my personal opinion, it's actually good if you have a plane and you don't think you're gonna like actually really, really desperately need it anytime soon. It's perfectly fine to just, when you have it up, bomb something, because it kills something, so you get better traits and it generates more pressure on your opponent. So while you have it, might as well use it. Unless you see that things are a little bit tricky, then holding it back to react to something you can't otherwise react to is the way to go. But this is, yeah, makes absolutely sense. Just go in. So you're taking it very, very slow here at the moment. Were you aware that, or let's put it differently, what was your plan, your thinking in channel at this point in the game, roughly?
Well, at this point, I saw that it was 13-11, so I just thought if I could just hold the right, because it looks like that's where it was bulging a little bit, then I should be at a pretty good spot. That's kind of what I was thinking. Because I have the center right, and nothing seems to be going there, so.
Yeah, no, nothing to criticize there. I mean, so trying to just hold this at the moment is definitely a good call in my opinion. If I look at this, if I was you, but especially if you see like these front lines here, a little bit wobbly, and you don't have a lot of units over here, I would definitely reinforce this center a little bit, because it's quite weak at the moment. It can collapse quite easily. Now, fortunately for you, you can lose this one, and then your opponent can maybe get in here. It's super deep. He's never going to be able to hold this. So this is actually fine. It's just something that I noticed, like, this is quite weak. Here, it seems to me like you're not really pushing anymore, which is also fine. It would definitely be reasonable to support this and get something out of it, because ultimately, since you deployed that much over here, it would make a lot of sense. However, considering that you're on the 13-11, this is okay not to do it, actually. And something that I've learned relatively recently, losing this hill is really annoying on your side. So reinforcing this in favor, not pushing here in favor of reinforcing this is actually fine. I think that's a solid choice. But yeah, the thought process I like a lot. I would, again, reinforce this a little bit more, but the rest is perfectly fine. Nothing to add there. Oh yeah, now you want to try to counter batch again, I see. Yeah, this is the thing that I would really not recommend to do with this division. Whenever your division has bad artillery, the one thing you don't want to do is try to get into an arty war. Right? Because if instead of those mortars you buy something that can push on the ground, that means this artillery is automatically less effective, because artillery has a hard time against moving targets, right? So if you can get a little of pressure and a little of pushing power, get moving somewhere, that makes the artillery all of a sudden a lot less effective, and then you can actually deal with it properly. You may take out one of these, maybe, but in the long run, you will not win with this. So unless you really, really cannot push and need to just take off the pressure a little bit so that those are busy with your artillery, which then allows you to push again because your front line is not pinned anymore. So unless it is this specific scenario, it doesn't really make much sense, in my opinion, to engage an artillery division, a division with superior artillery with your artillery. The exception would be what it's doing here. That can work if you just keep on moving, but then you have to really commit to that because you have to make it worth the investment. Oh, see, and now the Styx pushed up. You moved this into position though. I guess you got spotted now, which is not good. What can it see? Line of sight tools being wonky as always. It's either going to be the machine gun or it's going to be the Styx. Oh, you use it for... Oh. Okay, this is... I assume you wanted it to attack it directly, right? With the AT gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the problem with direct fire. If it can't see it, it will just do that instead. So it's not... you could just do a Q move. Attack move order up here. And then that will do the job as well. It's something you have to know. So something that you can't know when you first start playing this. But it happens very rarely, but it sometimes happens like in this case. And now, but we're also back to the Sherman thing, right? If you have like a Sherman right here, this is now where it would have been useful to deal with those Stuks. Could have done the job as well. I'm still on the 1311. Now, your opponent did you a little bit of a favor over here by just continuing to deploy over here, which is where you're already strong. So this is actually for you to decide to not push this anymore at this point. I don't know how much of this you saw. We can actually check. Okay, you see the Stuks at least. So this point is actually good for you. Because then he will have to waste a lot of resources to still get no flag, right? This is just ground. Which is threatening because it's so close to his flag. I'm not arguing that it's not threatening. But it's not a big problem for him at the moment. Okay, now he's just pushing with the armor. If you bomb a tank, that is not always the way to go, but it can be. Especially like these big bombs to usually kill, as you just saw. It makes sense to just wait with engaging with your armor. It is okay here because you could only be seen by this one. But it can be a little bit risky because if this can also see your tanks, then you might lose a part of the fight quite unnecessarily because again, you don't necessarily, you can just wait for the bomb to drop and then engage. If it takes, for example, just 2 damage, that means your tanks one-shot it, right? So even if the bombs wouldn't kill it, it's perfectly fine. Just do some damage. That can be enough to one-shot it later on, which can be a massive game changer. But bailed out, which is good for you. And now the Sherman here is basically free reign until the Tiger arrives. Which, by the way, but while we're at it, since this is for learning, this is actually a bad idea. It can block off this road, but you have tools to kill it, so it's not uncontested, right? It's the first thing. And do you have an idea why else it could be a bad idea?
It's expensive?
Yes, exactly. So if you want to block off this road, a Pack 40 would do that just fine. Right? A Pack 40 will kill all your tanks you can send in here. It can kill all of those. The Stug can also do it, although your 80 guns could contest the Stug. But the Pack 40 is half as expensive as the Tiger, so there's just no reason to buy the Tiger here. Even the Stug is significantly cheaper. And can do just fine. So yeah, price is exactly the thing. He could actually bring more tools elsewhere. That would be quite helpful over here. Now this hold is something that you mainly get because your opponent is very, very passive. So you have to be aware that you have to be a little bit... If you have something like this and you actually want to keep it, you need to reinforce it. Like over here, for example, you're reinforcing this now, which is a good call. But yeah, if you want to keep something like this, you need to have some sort of reinforcements, otherwise it's not going to last very long. Now the Sherman can engage. This is something, by the way, that you always have to be careful about. It's very easy to miss, so there's not criticism, it's just a warning. It can happen quite easily that you miss something like this and then you have units in your backline. Now, since it's only an SS Truppen, it's not that big of a deal. But if this happens with a unit that actually has some fighting power, like a Panzer Grenadier, then you have a problem, because then that can sneak through here, for example, and maybe kill your mortar while you're not paying attention. And you're not going to see it because it doesn't have a frontline bubble anymore, right? Same thing for this thing. So whenever you have something like this, pay attention, send in units to find it and clear it. Because you need to deal with it. If you don't, you have a problem later on. Oh yeah, now the Sherman comes and the Tiger comes, so now it's going to be tricky for you. Over here, the artillery is slowly grinding away. It is actually a good example of, I mean, at the moment you're on the 1311, so you can actually be fine with this. But if you see that artillery is slowly grinding you down, you need to get moving somewhere. Like, you need to get a little bit of pressure somewhere on the map. Doesn't really matter where, but you need to get it. Because if you don't get it, you just slowly get grinded down by the artillery. And at some point... Yeah, see if this was a proper strong unit. I actually killed the transport, just didn't do a lot of damage, but this is exactly what I meant. This can happen then. And it can happen to a unit that is far more important than just a Gavardia. So this is why you have to be careful with these encirclements. Oh, yeah, see? This is the other problem. Look at how close it is. Your Su-85 can actually use the APCR, and... So the Tiger's not even safe anymore. So now you have an expensive unit that is not really better. Like, It's bouncing a bit more, admittedly. But it is not that much better here than the Stück for a much higher price. Also, you can also see here the infantry thing again, right? It has no infantry spot for it. So look at how many shots your Su-85 got onto it before it even reacted. Like, it just can't see any of those tanks. And even now, it's probably spotting the MCHA, not the Su-85. I don't think it spots the Su-85 at all, actually. Now the recon plane is coming. Now we'll be able to spot it. Last APCR shot. Is he going to get it? Oh, yeah. Down it goes. See, this is exactly what happens when you don't have recon. So not just for you, for anyone watching. This is why you always need recon with your armor. Can be infantry. Doesn't need to be dedicated recon. Okay, now that you have recon planes, what did you do? Oh, you bought. Okay, perfect. You bought AA. Good. Because this is very important. You can't allow your opponent to get a perfect overview over the battlefield. You never want this, because then he can react to all your moves before you actually manage to do them, because your units are still getting to the front line. He can use his artillery much more effectively because he can actually see what he's shooting at. And he can also see weaknesses. He can see where he can actually push. So this is something you need to shut down as fast as possible. Also, this usually acts as screening. Not necessarily deliberately, but if your recon plane is not bothered, what do you do? Like what?
I usually just like to fly like left to right and just see what's up.
And if nothing is shooting at your recon plane, what did you do?
Well, I guess you should buy a big plane to just bomb something.
Yep, exactly. So this is what happens when you don't deal with a recon plane. So whenever you see a recon plane and you don't do anything, then your opponent knows that, okay, it's actually safe to bring a big plane because you're not bothered with AA. It also means that his investment is guaranteed to pay off because it's not going to get stopped. So at this point, why not just buy the plane, right? If of course there's a need for it, or at least you can actually generate good trades and pressure. So this is why you need to deal with them rather sooner than later. But fortunately for you, you have some 50 cals from the Sherman, which against these crappy recon planes actually can be enough. Not just can be, it is. Okay, now you make a counter push here. This is where you want to wait for the after-Majiki to arrive. This is a little bit too early, because none of these units, except for Zaperi, can actually do anything at CQC. So this is where you want to be a little bit patient, because you might actually lose one or two of these units. But maybe not, because he only has a Flamer and Ersatztruppen, but if he has something that is actual CQC, this is how it works. Yeah, see here again, the encirclement thingy. I think the States will probably win because it's an Ersatztruppen, but this is just why it's important to keep these encirclements in mind and keep an eye on those, so that you actually know that something there that you can deal with before it kills a lot of your backline. Because I mean, again, if this was an actual proper unit, this would kill your CIS, and then you're down an AG gun, which definitely sucks. And then you still need to deal with it, right? It can still sneak through here, and if the Su-85 wasn't here, it could, for example, kill your A. Speaking about the AA, you want to bring this relatively close for it to actually do something. So now you want to have it here. I would agree, because you don't have control of this. And the front line actually tells you that something is in here. So don't want to go like too close. But like something over here, for example, would work. You can even try and be like a little bit ballsy over here, but this probably wouldn't do. But this one also, the closer the AA, the better. And you don't have to be afraid of tanks, for example, if you put it like here, especially since you have units over there. You need to pay a little bit of attention, right? You can't just put it here, and then if you get pushed out of this, it might not be safe anymore, because this range infantry can kill it. But you can definitely bring it closer. Or like in here, you can hide it in the yellow forest a little bit. It will be less effective if you do that, but that's just another thing. If you have this under control, you can actually bring it like as close as here, like if this general area is under your control. But generally speaking, try to bring it as close as possible that it can actually stop planes. Because if it's too far back, right, it has limited range, so it will not. Oh, also, especially, this is a good thing to show you as well. If you put it like here, AA needs to see the plane, right? So if you zoom in here, we can see that the angle is quite steep. So a plane that is coming will not be seen by your AA unless it is basically in the continuation of the at the line of the hill of the elevation. Whereas if you have it, the forest is the same issue. If like here, it's the same problem. But if you have it like here, for example, see how far away you can see the plane now.
Oh.
So you always want to put it where it has long line of sight. So this is why, for example, I would put it here. It's still not perfect, but if you put it like directly behind the forest, it still can't see anything. But if you have it here, it's still a longer line of sight. If you have it in here, if you have it in here, for example, this spot, you can actually see quite far now, right? If you have it like right here, which at the moment is still risky because your opponent has things over there, but just as a general example. So now you can actually see much further, and you can stop the plane for way further away. Is you have it like back here, not only is it far away, like the range of this is 2,500 meters. If you go with the line of sight tool, you can see that your units are about 1,500 meters away right now. And a plane getting up till here will probably not even get spotted by this. So at the moment, your A is not protecting anything really. So this is something you have to be really aware of. The closer it is to your units, the better, because even if it starts shooting, like even if it is back here and can see 2,500 meter range, it will take a while to fully suppress the plane. And the plane might still make it up here. So if you have it closer, you can start fully suppress when the plane's like over here, in principle. And that's way sooner. So the plane might then not be able to make it up here to your units. That is why you have to be very
careful. Something, that happened this game because his bombers a lot of heavy bombs. So basically, it didn't stop. If I remember any one of them actually.
Yeah, I see. Also, by the way, don't be afraid to ask any questions you have, right? Especially if something that I explained is unclear, or you want to know if you do it in a bit of a different way, if it's done better or something like that, or if anything is a good idea. Don't shy away, right? So feel free to ask him. By the way, his AA placement is also not good. Actually, no, it's at the edge of the forest. I didn't see that, because then it's okay. It's a bit risky, because if you show him get forward, you can see it. That being said, this thing can shred tanks, so you have to be a little bit careful up close. But no, still, I mean, the line of sight tool is lying to us because it's only looking at the ground. But if you look at it, even though it's almost at the edge, it can see outside on the ground. But if you look at in the skies on its position, it still doesn't really see that much. So this is not a good position. It can be see a little bit over here, which I don't even know if that's the right direction. It kinda, but not fully. So if it's like right here at the edge, for example, it's a different story, because then it can really see properly. But yeah, also his AA is also too far back. Like a single 20 mil on itself is already not good, but if it's that far back and if you bump like something like this, it doesn't really matter. So we have a cis coming in. It is a good position for the cis. Good thinking. Valentines are coming in.
One thing I did have trouble with, not in this game, but in like some quick play games against much better players, I suppose. I had a problem with like just getting my AA getting already spammed. Where
yeah,
it's like a combo punch where he would just pin on my AA or like even kill them off, and just over time I lose more and more of my ability to stop planes.
I mean, this is something that if your opponent wants to use his air force, he will do always. And this is something that you just have to live with. Now, the best practice you can do is, and it's hard to always remember, so sometimes you just can't do it. But try to, whenever there's a plane coming and the AA is shooting at it, unless you think you can kill it, you move your AA immediately. So the plane is forced off, your AA is being moved. Not Q moved as an attack moved, because it will continue to shoot at the plane until the plane is out of range or line of sight. And that gives your opponent time to zero in his artillery. So as soon as the plane is stopped, unless you think you can actually kill it, and this is something I very often do, just the attack move, so I'm also doing this wrong a lot, but you immediately move it with the regular move order, so that it moves right away and doesn't get distracted by the plane. And that way, it should not die to artillery. The exception is, of course, if your opponent has radio in the area of your AA, because then if you have something like a mortar or something like these, which starts shooting relatively quickly, then it might still hit your AA, and that's obviously a problem. There's not much you can do. But generally speaking, you want to move your AA after every time it stopped the plane. And if you want to do it the best way you can to really avoid it getting hit by artillery, you actually move it as soon as the plane is stopped and don't try to kill it. Obviously, if you think you have a chance of killing the plane, it makes sense sometimes to continue shooting. But this is something you can practice a little bit. Just try to keep it in mind whenever a plane is moving, your AA needs to move. Whenever a plane came in, the AA shot at it, it needs to move. What you can also do, this is a little trick that I sometimes use, and this is very easy to do. Do you know how you queue up orders, right?
Yeah, shift, right?
Yep. So you queue up a move order for this AA piece we ignore the positioning right now. So we assume that every position here is good. You queue up an order for it to move over here, then to over here, and then back over here. Make a large circle, then it just goes like that. Make this like 2 or 3 times. And then it will actually always be moving. So even if your opponent sees it with a recon at some point, it will always be on the move. If a plane comes, it shoots, and by the time your opponent starts shooting at it, it will not be over here anymore, or over here, it will be over here then. So this is an easy way you can actually avoid your AA getting killed. It's not always possible. Sometimes there's just not that many good spots to put your AA, and then it ends up in a bad spot, and then you can't properly do this. But if, like for example, if we ignore if you think that these are not here, you could Q move here, like here, and just do that triangle. The reason why I don't like lines is, unless they're quite long, like if you go like here, for example, it could work. But let's say the A piece is here, and it moves to this building over here. And then back. So if your opponent sees it and he queues up 2 or 3 salvos on this with your artillery, then it starts shooting. It's going to miss as your AA moves out, but then your AA moves in again, and then it gets hit. So if you kind of need to make it wide enough, basically, and then you can move a line, or you do a triangle, because then you just basically don't want it too short, right? You don't want it to immediately get back, because then it gets killed. So just like a small movement like this will not do it, because this is even within the spread of any artillery. But if you have like a wide line like here, and just go back and forth, it should, generally speaking, be safe. It is a little...
Verify, do you mean Q move, or like attack move, or just...
Yeah, attack move, because otherwise it will not stop to shoot at the planes, and then it's basically...
Right.
So this, unfortunately, is not the most ideal way of doing it, but if you don't have time to micro it each time, and you have problems remembering it each time, which a lot of people do, I think even top players make that mistake to not move their AA. It's just, you can't think of everything always, right? It's just impossible. But this is one thing, this is an easy way of doing it, as good as you can with as little micro investment as you can. So this is a nice little trick that you can try. It works quite well. It doesn't always work, but sometimes it's better than nothing, essentially. And the other thing, if you notice that your AA gets killed off or just gets overwhelmed, you need to create pressure on the ground. Like, you need to compensate that by making gains on the ground, and you need to aim at aiming the game fast. So if you see that you're getting air spam now and your AA is dying and it's just not looking very good, you need the 15-9 to take him down as fast as you can. This is, if you're in that situation, this needs to be your goal, because a long grind where you don't have any AA left is not winnable for you. Okay, this is another one of these things where, I mean, okay, your recon moves into position. I was going to say, you need something to spot for that tank, because there could be an AT gun. I mean, here it's okay, because there's not really, like, you would not place an AT gun here. But if you were to move forward a little bit, for example, you need infantry support again. I actually like that these tanks are positioned in defensive positions where they should see anyone engaging first. So this is actually good thinking. Like, I do see some good channel game sense here. I just need to point that out. Obviously, some of the deck building choices and some of the playstyle choices are not ideal, but like a lot of the things I actually do like. Yeah, now comes the I see. Have you paid attention? I've not actually paid close attention, but have you seen how like slow it was to react? It's not even shooting at this thing. Because this thing has apparently such a like tight turning radius that the third sample didn't even see it. And again, it would be in range. This thing has 2,500 meter range. It's just that it can't see because it is on like right at the on the slope. Yeah, and this is what I meant, right? Since you're so have such a like thin hold over here, like basically hardly any units. This is now why you get pushed over here. We're still holding it, but your opponent could, like a good player, will push out of this in no time now because he knows that okay, there's basically nothing here. Another thing that he can do here, or first of all, you would need. This is something I wouldn't do because I don't know what's in here. The flamer can tell you something, but you definitely want to have some infantry like in here spotting for you. The other thing is, oh, you're actually doing it. That's good thinking. I was going to say, the front line here, with how it was, actually told you that there's basically nothing here. So why not just move in this forest patch? So you don't have to try and hold the flag from over here. You can actually hold the flag from over here where you can do it in CQC. So there's actually good thinking there as well. Now, what I would do if I was you now is focus a bit more on one place to actually do something. You got the 1410, which leaves you in a very good position, actually, because you can get a 59. You could lose that 1410 over here, but you're also very thin over here. So what I think I see as a general issue that you have is you do invest strongly pretty much across the map, which is okay if you want to grind, but you have to remember, you Maverick against balance, you do not want to grind. Right. In a slow, grindy game, this is not something you want to do with this income matchup. You're in a good position, so at the moment it's fine, but you should start aiming at a breakthrough. For like the first, let's say 15 minutes, in my opinion, with Maverick versus balance, it's perfectly fine to go with a slower, more grindy approach. You don't need to make a rush. You can make a slow push, which is perfectly fine. But you need to decide on where you want to do this. So for example, here we are for reinforcements now, but you have this flag, which you try to hold, but if you push over here, there's no flag for you to gain at the moment. Over here, you have this one, but the hold is not super strong either, so you might want to reinforce this as well, and then you need to think about where you can get more flags. So this one, for example, would be an option. That could be a possibility. Would also work if you send in these guys over here, and then can push from both sides to this flag. That gives you the 59. That would be fine. Over here, where you still have a lot of forces, this would be another place where you definitely could consider pushing. Or you actually reinforce the hill properly, because then from over here, you can actually control this as well. So then you get a flag, you get a good position, you can control this, you can secure this flag, and you can even exert pressure onto these flags. So these are all things you could do at this point. But at this point, you need to make a choice. You can't just reinforce everything a little bit, which is for a slower, grindier approach a good idea. If your opponent is not about to make a big breakthrough somewhere, this is fine. But you're just not in a position where you can do that at this point. So just want to point this out. Looking at the map, I would probably go for this one. Just with how much you have here, and you would have the AA coverage. If it was in a better position, you would have some mortar support. That would be a good spot. This one, I would probably push this, not knowing how strong your opponent is over here. Just looking at what you have, I would do it. Obviously, it's good that you don't, but just want to point that out. And this would also be. This would take some more time, but if you're dedicated to it, this could also, again, be a fine idea. But you have to look at where do you have flags that you can realistically get, and these three are basically your options. So you have to make a choice here. This is probably the one that can give you the benefit to the most long term, because you have the hill is just a very good position. You have a good overview of everything, and you can really pressure everything over here. It's just that, again, you're not that strong here. You would first need to clear this out and this, and you don't actually know how much your opponent has there. Now, fortunately for you, your opponent does not have any AT guns over here or Panzerwrecks, which are about to arrive. So your tanks here are actually fine at the moment without infantry support. Just be aware that this is not guaranteed. So you have to be very careful here because your opponent might, a good opponent will have brought something over here to deal with it. So these would probably die very quickly. So just be aware of that. Yeah, he continues to use the Ersatztruppen blob, which is fine for you. I mean, this is good for you. And see, this is now the problem. He's aiming at here because your infantry was here at some point, but you're on the move, so you just don't care. Doesn't bother you. So this is why you can actually counter artillery quite nicely if you just move. Your opponent is investing in artillery at this point. Because if you look at how much he actually is on the ground, not that much. Your Gavada can move up, he can kill this artillery unit, it can continue to move up, it can kill all of this back here, basically. It will be able to do that. So this is a massive mistake there by your opponent, and shows you how, like, this point you can actually exploit this overinvestment into artillery and just push. You might not notice because you don't know how much is really here, and you see this blob. But if you look at the front line, you can also kind of know that there's maybe not that much here. Now, this looks like very dangerous, but again, it's very weak. Although, oh, he's using the smart order. Oh, wow, look at that. Never seen anyone using this. I don't actually know how good or bad it is. No one really uses it. It's not as good as microing things. The question is, and that I don't actually know, this is actually something I've been thinking about now, but there might be some use for it. Basically, kind of if you don't have time to pay attention, maybe it can help you. So, wouldn't actually say it's a mistake. One mistake that you have here is you don't have enough CQC here. I definitely need more CQC, especially since you have so much in B phase. I definitely want to have some CQC here just to hold this, because your Kivadia will not really do much and it's just going to get overwhelmed here. There we go. Also, this thing here is something I will question. This is a more expensive investment on your side, but there's nothing here that calls for it. You don't need the armor, you don't need the range. So I just wouldn't buy it. Like if, for example, you are blue side, you push this and you get the edge of the hill here, then it makes sense to have this like over here somewhere because it has 2k range and you can cut off this reinforcement road, or you can have it like right here is also a nice little spot where you can watch over this bit of road. So in such a situation, for example, this would actually be a very good call. Or if, for example, you really want to kill that Stück at range over here down that road, if there was one, this thing is better than the Stück, so that makes sense. But at the moment, there's just no reason to buy it. So something like heavier on these closer maps is usually not that good. And if you buy it, there needs to be a reason for it. So same thing for the Tiger, right? The Tiger just wasn't needed. There was no task that it needed to do that nothing else could do. So it just did not make any sense to buy it. Same thing for this thing. Not as problematic, but it is not that much cheaper, so it's still a bit of a... Here, for example, totally different story. You push this, you put it right here, you have to range your opponent unless he brings a Tiger. It's actually a good call. It's not doing that at the moment, but for example, this would actually be a perfect spot for it. So if you did that here, very good idea.
I would say I bought them like kind of as sort of anticipating a tiger showing up somewhere. Maybe I should have called it after I saw it.
I mean, depends. Let's put it at that. The question has to be, do you have something that can deal with the Tiger? Because, for example, at this range, you could bring a Cis-2. It could deal with the Tiger at this range, right? Or like sitting in here. Because the Tiger, if the Tiger here, what's it going to do? It's going to sit at this road, but it's only going to see this road. So whatever you do over here or over here, the Tiger has no impact on this. So the Tiger is not that big of a problem for you. Over here, it's a bit of a different story. If the Tiger gets close enough, but same thing with the Cis, honestly. I can put it like in here, and then it cannot shoot at the Tiger before it actually has a realistic chance of penning. Or you put it in here and you put it on efficient shot, and then it should not reveal itself unless you can actually kill it either. So this is the options that you have available. So there's not really a need for this. Now, if you have a Tiger up here, for example, that changes the whole equation, because maybe there is, there's a lot of support units over here, there's some infantry. So if you just send in an AT gun, it may not be able to kill a Tiger. So that makes sense to then bring a T-34 there. But in preparation, right? You always have to think about how bad would it be if the tiger shows up? Do you have time to react to it? Yeah, basically. And over here, for example, even if the tiger's up here, you would have plenty of time because it's not gonna, like, again, it can't really do anything to you because he can get in here. So it first needs to be pushing up here, then it can be a threat. But even then, he would have time to bring things in over here. So I would not buy something like this that is expensive in anticipate. Sorry. Anyway, expecting a tiger to show up. If you could deal with it when the time comes that it shows up. So there's just a little bit of, again, this is also a bit advanced. It's really not the end of the world. It's just pointing out that at the moment it would not necessarily be needed there. Okay, now you have a blob of infantry and armor and recon as well. So this is perfect. But it's 12-12. So this is definitely not good for you. So he has stabilized, he has artillery. This is definitely where you need to think about where you're gonna get some flags. Because again, you need to win at some point. So you can't allow him to just continue on and slowly take you down. Now here, you need to be careful because you want to engage with infantry first, then with your tank. If this was an AT gun, that T-34 might be dead at this point. Fortunately for you, it's just a 20 mil. You might actually stress it out enough to suppress it. I don't know what's going to happen here, but I think it's actually going to pin it. Yeah. Okay, this is why you need, again, infantry, so that you can spot it. Oh, he's actually falling back. You could have pinned this and then it force it off. But it's fine. I mean, for him, it's also fine if this thing pushes on because he has the Panzerschrecks over here. Which, again, if you have infantry in front of the tank, it actually killed it. If you have infantry in front of the tank, it would see those now. Okay, 1410 for you again. That's good. Oh, yeah. You have to be very careful here because any infantry with AT could now push up here and kill it very easily. Valentine here is shifting. It's alright. But yeah, now... Okay, so now you bring this. I mean, you probably don't know that you can actually just move infantry forward here and kill all those artillery pieces. That is fine. It's not easy to know. But I guess you probably brought this as an answer, right? Or for this, I don't know. But yeah, now you really need to start. So first of all, you need to react to this if you want to continue pushing over here. Or you just decide that this is not where you want to push and you push somewhere else. But now you definitely need to start thinking about where you make a push. Because if I look on the map, it does not actually look very good for you. You have more tanks, you have more expensive things. Like all of this over here is support units that cannot really push. But at the moment, you're not really pushing yourself either. And you don't have a lot of units to do that either. Except for armor, which is not supported, so it's a bit risky. So this is why you have to be very, very careful with this, especially at this time in the game. So if you see the situation like this, again, just pointing this out, you do need to 15-9 against balanced, unless you're 100% sure that you can hold this, this 14-10 until the end, or even just the 13-11. But you need to be very confident that you can really hold this and not get grinded down, which with your opponent's air force and artillery isn't far from guaranteed. That is why you have to be a little bit careful here. Let's continue on. So at this point, if you also look on the map, I think you have been maybe not outtraded, just that balanced gets more things now as the game goes on. Maybe even a little bit of an outtrade happening here. So at this point, you definitely need to start looking for opportunities if you want to stay in the game. And at the moment, it kind of looks like you saved a little bit by your opponent not pushing that much and you getting the good side, because it's really not that easy to push. Like, there's not that many flags that are easily available on the red side. Just to push quite deep. And I think his deck is not very optimized. Like, your deck is actually, for all the things I criticized about it, it is serviceable at the end of the day. Like, you can play this. There's things that I would do differently, but it is playable. Yeah, this is again the problem if you bring a tiger in too close, although it shouldn't really get penned at this distance. There we go, S35 goes down. But yeah, so if you actually had some more pushing tools now, it could look quite problematic for you. I don't know if you're very aware of this, but if you have like a general feeling, this is something you have to learn over time. There's no quick way of doing this. But you start getting a feeling for how well you traded, so how much you killed versus how much you lost, and not like units, but in terms of points. And you can keep an eye out on your opponent's artillery, and you see there's a massive amount of artillery here. You actually do know that he does not have that much on the front line you can actually push. So this would be such a time, for example, over here as well. Like you have the tools to push, because it doesn't have the right units there to really hold the line. So this is something that, again, it's not something that you can just do right now, but something that I would recommend you trying to like focus on it a little bit, try to think about it deliberately whenever you play, because that can actually make you play a lot better when you have a feeling for like, I've traded well, my opponent has a lot of support tools, so yay, artillery, these kind of things, meaning that he should be weak on the front line, you can just push. So if you can do that, you become a very, very good player. Yeah, see your AA. This one is also not shooting because it's too far away. Now it's shooting. Also, it still can't see super far because of the forest. It's not horrible, but again, if this was double that and closer, it would probably, like, this thing is super fast. It would probably not stop it. I'm gonna be honest there. But one of them might get stopped. Same thing for the 85 mil. Both in combination should probably stop one of them.
Yeah, but I guess this is actually a good situation where like the air and already just basically stops. Like for example, the hill push just got completely destroyed by, well, like 2 planes and already, and
yes,
it's like,
yeah, this is
you know, that's why
now.
sometimes I find it kind of hard to push.
Yeah, I mean, this is now. So pushing is pushing is hard. Like it's one of the harder things to learn, in my opinion. Depending when you start out, is easy, or at least comparatively easy. But pushing is not that easy. But the main thing you want to try and do is, for example, over here, you have this front line. There's been basically no movement, no pressure coming onto you. This is usually a sign that you can push there. And then you just want to try and assemble a force that has a bit of everything. So you want to have a tank that can support your infantry, because your infantry alone can easily get stopped by other infantry, right? Or by a machine gun or something like that. A tank, on the other hand, will not get stopped by these. At the same time, a tank that supports your infantry can get killed by a Panzerschreck or an AT gun. So you need to infantry the screen for that. So one of a mix of that and then a little bit of CQC to that. When you push at the end of the forest and you kill whatever has been holding it, you can actually move into the forest and kill whatever is there. And then, since you already have the line infantry with you, once you get to the edge of the forest, you can once again use that to control. And then you just need to make sure that you create a safe path for your tank to also follow that. So, for example, if you push it here, let's assume you already have this first patch. You need to make sure that you also get this, or at least have infantry in here, like close enough here that your tank can pass through here, and then you have your tank up here. So that is the very general basic thing. You always want to have some sort of support, be it armor or a machine gun. It can be a support gun like an IG-18, for example, or the OB-25 for the Soviets, something like that. And that helps you tremendously with pushing. And also be this thing. It has HE. Just need to make sure it's out of range of whatever your opponent can have, and then it's going to be perfectly fine. Then have some artillery ready. So whenever you have a problem that you can't really deal with otherwise, you can use the artillery. Also, plane can be quite useful for the same purpose. The plane is especially nice because if you need something dealt with immediately, the plane can do that, because the artillery will usually take some time until it has an effect. Whereas the plane, bam, problem solved, if he gets in. So this is the basics of how you push in very few words. I know it's not fully explaining it. I know it's way complicated, that it's not that easy, but this is about all I can tell you, like, quickly. Because you could write a whole thesis about how to push properly. But this is like the short thing. But yeah, at this point your push is basically effectively stopped. And this is kind of what I meant, right? If you had earlier focused on creating pressure when your opponent started having all the artillery, you would now not be in that position. If that makes sense to you. All right, does it make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, yeah, I feel like
Like, so
not specifically this game, but a lot of times I try to do that, or I come up with infantry, tanks, something, and then I think it's a bit of flow on from like not pushing early enough, essentially,
mhm,
where sometimes a lot of it's like by the time I decide to push, just a bunch of artillery and sort of air and sort of bombs, it's just airplanes are just
mm,
waiting for me, and I push, and then I just gets blown up, and then I just get counter push, and it's
mhm.
basically game over from
Okay,
there.
so there's a few things you can adjust if this happens to you very often. First of all, you can try to be aggressive from the start, like deploy here like you did, but then don't stop, but actually try to go further. Um, this always needs you to have a tank here ready and all these kind of things, so it's not something you can just do if you just have infantry. So try to think in the deployment, how do I get in? And then also, do I have the things to go further if I get what I want to get, right? This is kind of how you need to think about it. And that can help you because then you can, in the first, let's say 3 or 4 minutes, you can already generate pressure. And usually whenever you generate pressure because you're pushing, your opponent will not really buy artillery because he will be busy trying to stop the gap, right? And stop the bleed. So I fill the gap and stop the bleed. So this can help you a lot to not run into this problem. If you can't immediately push and first need to build up, this can happen. This is also fine. Then you need to at least spread out a little bit that the artillery can't do that much damage to you. And then you want to, instead of just buying more defensive units elsewhere, you want to bring AA early on. So if you want to do a slower push, or just generally, if you want to make any push, really can. If with the opener, it's usually not needed, but sometimes it can be. If you know that everything that you have is very easily killed by an AT plane, for example, and your opponent's division does have an AT plane, then you might want to bring AA. So this is what I would recommend. Whenever you make a large push, so not something small, and you can't really spread out units properly, or you have something very expensive like a Tiger or something like that in that push, that your opponent can easily kill, you want to actually bring AA before you push, because then when the plane comes, you've already countered it. Then your opponent has bought a plane that has not stopped the push, and because he's bought the plane, he doesn't have the points now to actually put things on the ground to stop your push. And then you can actually turn his whole dynamic around and actually make it work in your favor. So this is one thing you can do if you see the same thing happening to you over and over again. Is either be push aggressive from the start or do a slow push, but make sure you have the tools to protect it right away. And then again, if you spread out a little bit, you will notice that the artillery is not that big of a deal. And then it should be way, way easier for you. Now, in this situation that you're in right now, the best thing you can do is really make sure that you keep that 15-9, that 14-10, and ideally get the 15-9, which is a lot to ask for if you get air spammed everywhere. And if you get RT'd everywhere. But what you have to keep in mind is if your opponent is doing that to you, if your opponent is buying a plane for everything now, that actually is good for you because it means that he will try to kill you and grind you down with artillery and planes, but it still does not have the front line units to follow up. So right now is actually good for you. All you need to do is make sure that you don't lose too hard and you can still win. So if, for example, this right here, spread this blob out a little bit, and you're probably fine. This is already fine. This one, spread this out a little bit, you're probably fine. I like also that you pull your tanks back. There's nothing they need to kill, so now they pull them back, and that also means that the AT gun that is moving up will not be able to kill them. That's actually good. Now, if you do this right now, you can actually delay your opponent further, because again, he needs to build up a force now to counter push you. Even if he bombs and shells you, he still needs the units on the front line to get ground. So at the moment, if you can just hold on, it's actually good for you. It's actually surprising that he has not made any moves here whatsoever. He doesn't know it's just a Gavardia holding, but he's not even really enforcing it. It's a major mistake. See, and there comes the mistake. He buys more artillery because he wants to kill your things. But you are on a timer, as I said. Oh, Caster's Curse now is coming. It's like whenever you talk about it, it happens. I talked about you being on a timer, and this is true, but he's also on a timer, so don't make this mistake. There is a time to buy a lot of artillery, but if you look at how many, he has one artillery piece here that he should resupply with. Like, before he buys another artillery piece, he should buy ammo for this one, so that he can actually use it. Same for these, they're all out of ammo. This is actually resupplied. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and he buys 4 more. When you have 9 artillery pieces, and you feel like there's not much pressure coming, that means your opponent has basically no pushing power left. So what you need to do is you focus all that artillery in one place where you want to push back. For example, here. He doesn't... Obviously, there's not much here, but he doesn't know that. Although this flag, he got it back, so he might not need it. But this one, for example. Bomb this hill, push. Bomb this hill, not bomb, but like shell it with everything, push. So this will probably already be enough for a opponent to equal out right now. And he basically has to win from there. Because you have never gotten a 15-9. This is doable. You also don't have the artillery to bother his artillery. Oh, also, I notice you have bought artillery, but you haven't really used it. This goes back to the concept. This goes back to the concept of you only buy your artillery when you actually need it for something. So whenever you don't, like whenever you sit there and you bought artillery and it's not actually used for anything, then there was no need to buy it in the first place. Obviously, sometimes it happens that you bought it for something and then it ended up not being needed anymore by the time it arrives. This is fine, but this is not one of those cases, right?
I think I just kind of forgot about it. All the artillery, actually. I haven't used artillery in a while.
It happens. It happens. To the best of us. But it's just still something worth pointing out. There's actually a really nice line of sight here. There's a cheeky little line of sight on this too. Really nice. One thing that I also noticed that you can use a little bit more is terrain. For example, you know there's a lot of things over here. Like your T-30-45. Put that up here. Line of sight is a bit wonky. Might actually see more than we can see here. And now you can actually exert some pressure, especially if you move forward over here a little bit, into whatever is over here. And maybe you could have actually stopped this push or even helped you get this flag from up here. So use the terrain, the elevation, like up here, for example, a machine gun or also an AT gun would also be quite nice to keep this all under control. You can actually do it through here as well. It's a little bit more tricky, so maybe you don't want to do that. But like up here, then if you put it like at this edge right here, don't even expose yourself to this side over here. Obviously here it's more tricky. But if you know that these guys are here, says 2 up here, would also be nice to get rid of that tiger. And since you will want to keep these away from, like prevent these from getting up here anyway, it is really not a bad idea to just take the train and kill it off as well, while you can. So this is something I just realized just now, that again, terrain, you can use it a little bit more. Again, this position here, for example, could have been quite, or this edge here as well. You already have SG over here, just move it a little bit, and then all of a sudden you open up new opportunities to push into this open, for example. So try to think about this a little bit more, and use terrain a little bit more at your advantage. I see you do it with tanks already quite nicely, like hiding them when you don't need them. I actually like this a lot. Because again, it means your opponent can't just sneak up an AT gun to kill them. You just need to be a little bit careful that they are not getting easily pushed, because right now there's nothing really preventing. Okay, the M chase. Not sure if it's deliberate this crossfire, but otherwise someone could put, like right now I could just move up here if it wasn't for the MCHA and kill your Valentine. So you want to be a little bit careful with those things.
Yeah, I would say most things in the beginner tournament is probably not deliberate.
Well, I mean, it's a beginner's tournament, right? Whenever you are a new player, there's a lot to learn, always. You can't make everything perfect from the start. It's most important is that you look at this thing and learn from them, right? And kind of test out what works and was not. For example, this is actually how we got the kill. I mean, this distance you can pen the tiger, but this is, for example, not an ideal distance. You want to engage a tiger. With a T-30-45, you want to be as close as possible. It can still work at this range, I think, especially because he can't, like, has nothing to spot for the tiger. But the T-34 had the Gavadia previously, not anymore. But you have to be a little bit careful of that. There we go, the 15-9 is there with... Yeah, there comes the push. It's late, but better late than never. But there comes the plane. This is the problem if you have these deep pushes. Oh, yeah, one more thing. if you make pushes, your AA needs to move up. So it's already too far back. It should probably be somewhere over here. But if you manage to get over here, your AA needs to be over here. Right. Same thing with over here. The AA is still back here. But you're fighting over here. The A needs to be, we already talked about better positions, right? It should be somewhere over here if you're actually contesting this. Because otherwise it's too far back. This one is now okay since you're defending this. But for example, if you had this fully under control and this, your EA should not be here. It should be like up here, for example. So always keep your EA up because now it's just going to get all deleted. Oh, push Herman. Against the Tiger. Oh, we got a pen. Got a side shot. See, that's the power of the Sherman. It aims so fast. Got a side shot on the Tiger. It's probably not going to do much now at this point. I'm just going to die, but it's alright. And... oh, you lost his flag again. Yeah, see, if your opponent... is also a good example of the what to buy and what not to buy. T-44, I mean, he paid off because he killed the Tiger. But now comes the Stug F8, and the Stug F8 could do the same job as the Tiger, which is just block off this road. But it may not necessarily against T-3045 anymore, I guess. It's not really true anymore. But the other thing is, the Tiger is here, and again, what he needs to contest is this flag. You are not contesting it from the road, right? You're contesting it from the forest patches. So what would be way more important for him to buy something that can actually fight over the forest patches. And it's actually really counterproductive for him to buy the Tiger. So it's a mistake that they've not really made. I still want to point it out so that you know it and can avoid it. And also that everyone else watching this can avoid that mistake. And nice man. Oh, and there we have the Valentine pushing a little bit too far forward with our infantry support. Looks like he can't see the Panzerschreck just yet. And the Panzerschreck can't see it. But that could be the end of it, in principle. And there we go, the 59 is back again. The ones are pushing in. I assume it's probably the end. Oh, there you go. And goodbye, Valentine, because again, he had no support with it. Same thing could happen here if this was not a Grenadier DP, although the Partisani could maybe spot it in time, so maybe it's okay.
Well.
See, but this is, like, at this point, I think this might be a new one, so it just sees a problem, he needs to deal with it, but this is like kind of the focus thing that you had previously as well, with like, same thing as like here where you bought the T-34 for a problem that didn't actually exist, that only you thought it existed. Same thing like here. Yes, it is stopping his DP, but the Valentine OV is not the major issue. What he needs to do is he have something in here. So if anything, he needs to buy this G88 to kill this Cavadia here. Because this is what is holding this flag, right? So it's not a focus issue where you have to apply the right focus at the right time. You have to ask, not look at this, oh, I can't deal with it at the moment. It's like, yeah, but is it a problem if I can't deal with it? If the answer is no, then there's no reason to buy something to deal with it. And, I mean, for you, it's fine. All you need to do is stall. And you do that right now. So this is fine for you. So when you're at like this point in the game, oh, see, there we go. It's finally used. It's also target-rich environment, so it's actually quite... oh, not a major mistake here. Never ever put your ammo right next to your artillery, because if the ammo gets hit, it generates a huge explosion, and it will take the unit with it. So what you need to do now, at this point, I know, what were you thinking? What was your strategy at this point? Or what were you trying to do?
I'll just hold whatever I have, really, because I'm about to win in, what, 3 minutes, apparently? So, as long as I hold, I should just win, hopefully. I guess that's the plan, because I also felt like he's probably running out. I hope. So, yeah, I just wanted to hold, and I was just seeing kind of where he was pushing, I guess. And yeah, there was this center force, and this right side was the only place that anything was happening, so... yeah, because I thought the left was probably okay.
And how would you achieve the hold?
Well, I would say I was kind of running low on income at this point, because Maverick. So yeah, I was just... but I had a lot of infantry left, so I thought that, yeah, if I just spammed more infantry, I would just be able to just hold them, because so far it's been going pretty well, because yeah, his infantry didn't seem very good at CQC at all, so I was just spamming it.
Yeah, no, a lot of good thoughts here. Something that would correct, but we're going to get to that. So first of all, yes, the idea is to just hold. You don't need to make any push now. 3 minutes, if you can get an easy with like 1 or 2 units, if you can get an easy 59 now, it's okay to go for it. Just to make sure that you really win and don't get stopped. But generally speaking, just hold is the right idea. Also, just spamming infantry is fine here. What I would add here is it's not enough to just do it where he's pushing. If you're particularly weak in one place, let's say this was a 13-11 now, just for the sake of the argument to kind of explain what's important here. And he needs 1 flag to equal out. It would not be enough to just do it where your opponent is pushing. Like, for example, let's say you were not reinforcing this, but there's 1 unit holding this flag, basically. So then you absolutely need to enforce this, because if your opponent now decides to actually make a push here, you're going to lose that flag and it's going to be the end of it. So don't just keep an eye out for where is your opponent pushing right now, but also where could he, because what your opponent is going to do, he's going to get desperate. He's going to finally do, and this is not against your opponent specifically, this happens so often, happens to me as well. We see, oh shit, time's running out. What can we do? And you look for which flags are probably easy to get. Like, this is close to the front line already, so this doesn't need that much to get this one. It has been somewhat quiet here, maybe. In this case, it wasn't, but let's assume it was. So I would be like, okay, I'm going to try this, because what do I have to lose? I need to get a flag. This might be an easy one. Or maybe he would get desperate and try to go for this one, which is actually okay, because, well, no, they're in bad positions, and machine guns probably wouldn't do enough. But he might just send out a row of his 155 points worth of infantry, like right here. And that could get you him that flag. Even though it's not a good push, but he could do it. Or this, like, just send it down here and get it from this forest patch. So it's absolutely worth it, also looking at which flags would be very easy for him to get right now. And put 1 or 2 more units there to make sure that this is really not going to happen. So just wanted to add this. As far as just throwing things in is concerned, one thing that you can really do when you're at this point with an aggressive income, or it can even just be balance versus balance, and just want to end it, or you need to end it, it is absolutely worth it for you as well to just throw away units. Your main goal now is flags. You don't care about kills at all. If a unit dies but keeps 14-10 for half a minute longer, this is a very good trade for you. Even if it's a tiger, doesn't matter. As long as it just allows you to hold the flags, this is all that matters. So at this point in the game, for you trades, I don't know if you were aware of this, if you were looking for this or not. I just wanted to say it so that is stated. Also for everyone watching, it doesn't matter at all how much you lose for it, as long as you can hold it. You can sacrifice your whole front line if it needs to, as long as it actually brings you the win. Obviously, what you can also do if the game is a little bit in a different state, and your opponent, for example, has not built up a massive artillery force, you can also try to just hold on for a long time and not throw away units. It's kind of up to you to decide how it's going, the game, and how it is playing at the moment, to see which one of those is better. One more thing I have to say. So this is actually, I mean, it's a target-rich environment. It's a good call. At this point in the game, though, I would not actually do this. At this point, what you want to use your artillery for is just getting flags. So anything that is preventing you from getting a flag is you want to, like this, for example. You might not know how much is in there. It could be more CQC, you don't know. So just strike this, and then you are sure that your infantry can move up and actually get this flag again. So all your artillery and also your planes, if you have some, should be focused on this task now. If you were aiming for a longer grind, so it'd actually be a good idea. Okay, it looks like the ammo was not close enough to the artillery piece to actually kill it off. Did do some damage though. But yeah, this is actually dangerous now, because if you had one unit also moving like over here, this flag might be gone now. And it does not need that much to equal out. So you have to be very careful with this.
I'll just say, I think at this point, he probably conceded, actually, about 24 minutes. So the game didn't end, but I think at this point we were in the chat, so he conceded there. So I don't think
I mean,
you're
it
gonna
makes
see anything.
sense. We've seen his deck. I don't think he has the amount and quality of infantry he actually needs to push back. Also, if you look on the map, this is again, this is what happens if you buy too much backline units. Look at how little he has that can actually push on the front. These guys are not really effective in the forest. I think he's getting desperate, which is why he's buying those. This is what he has. He could push over here, but it's just very deep till he get this flag. Over here is this unit. Over here is this one unit. And over here he has a few units. He's actually pushing with those. So over here he has some pushing power, but just not that much. And this is kind of also the problem where if you do what your opponent did, which is build a deck like for an artillery grind, and your opponent doesn't allow you to play that game because you weren't super aggressive, but you had to take the whole time, and you just had constantly a little bit of pressure going. Eventually you end up in this situation. So if you have too few other units and just artillery, it cannot really do the job for you. It could if you could not get a 1311 at any point, or just very few times, and then he could actually still win this with the artillery, and the air. But as it looks, it's just not really enough. And you could actually take this back now that you killed off that thing. If you kill the SR, you might actually get this flag. At the latest, when you kill the SR SMG, I think it might be enough, and then there's the 59 again. It's goodbye. And actually speed this up a little bit. No, not quite. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. I think you're pretty much safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see that this in the chat is also not moving anywhere anymore.
Yep. All right. Let's see. One final thing to say. I guess in the post game, I actually saw that I traded really poorly, where it was like I was like 2,100 to what was it?
Oh, that's not really poorly. I mean, you have to remember.
That was pretty bad.
No, you have to remember he has a balanced income, which means that the longer the game goes, the harder it is for you to trade well, because when you have more numbers, it is way easier to trade well, right? If you outnumber someone, it's easier for you to get kills, which gives you trades. And it's actually kind of self-supporting, right? The better you trade, because the more of a numerical advantage you have, the easier it gets to trade. The more things you kill with this, the larger your numerical advantage grows, and it can snowball from there. So if you play against balanced and trade equally or roughly equally, that is actually pretty good. And that's often enough to get a win. Especially if you remember that in the end, you can just throw away things as long as you have the flags, right? Because it takes some time to kill or surrender things. So again, in the end, if you generate bad trades, not that bad. What's important is the start, basically. We can kind of look at it here, where we see that, yes, the first 2 minutes you lost something, but it's nothing super expensive. And then you got some good trades, and it was kind of mixed, and it was good again. And then at this point in the game, you're actually at your strongest, because you have had all of your income, and at around 21 to 22 minutes, it actually is at the front line. So this is when you are the strongest in the game. And from there, it's only going downhill. Because there's also something we very often forget. You have to factor in 1 to 2 minutes for things to arrive at the front line. So this is where you have your actual power peak. And here the trades are mixed enough. But mixed in this case means that you still have more units on the ground, because you have more income. So you get to control more. It could be better. Definitely saying that you could have traded better here, but if you trade somewhat equally, it's actually good enough. Also, you have killed some expensive units like the Tiger, and that matters a lot. So it's not actually that bad. But yeah, I mean, there was definitely a time where it looks like you were out traded and you kind of saved it, but just spamming things in, which worked because again he did not really have enough frontline units. So this, if you played against someone who had a little bit more on the front line, it was a little bit more aggressive, would probably not have worked that well. But it was perfect against what your opponent was doing. So whether you were aware of this or not, it was actually a good move. So yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was hopeful or not, helpful or not. I tried to give you some advice, also pointing out some things that you did well. Like, again, I think you need to be a little bit more aware of how to push and where to push and when. Especially, again, pointing out the artillery again, you could have done this a bit earlier, actually. And the AA and RT thing, when and where to put it. But like, there's some good general game sense. Like, again, your deck building obviously can be improved, but I would say the mistakes that I've seen were not is like there's a lot worse decks. Like his decks, for example, had a lot of mistakes in there that would need to be improved. So there's a good general game sense. So I think if you practice a bit more, you, I would say, should have a good time.
Well, there's still 4 more weeks of tournament left, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks for joining in, and thanks for suggesting it. It was actually good. Good game to watch for this. So with that, yeah, bye. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
And I can close the stream again. All right. I know the stream has quieted down a little bit. What's to be expected during the coaching. It has been 4 hours, so I'll probably end it here. I will try to do another one, maybe either next week or the week after, where I have a little bit more time for once. So hopefully we should have more streams. That will just be quick play then. But yeah, I try to stream a little bit more often again, although there might be a break in June. Also, tomorrow I will bring this week's Playing a Division video, because I haven't really managed to bring out any videos before Friday, and I tried to correct that a little bit. Or in other news, while we're at it, I have been starting again with the deck guides. It takes time, everything. Like, I know the videos are still too long, but if you think about it, it's not that much time. But with recording countless times until I'm happy, usually it just takes a bit of time, and I don't always have that. So I really try to get these out. I also try to finish my artillery guides, and then we can move up to the next tab. I've not really thought about what that's going to be yet, but I just try to work my way through the tabs to also get these basic guides of how to use the units in a certain tab. Get those out as well. So I'm doing my best to get some more guides out as well in the next few weeks. But yeah, it will, as it has been so far, be a little bit of a up and down, depending on whether I have time or not. But yeah, some more things are coming on that end. And with that, yeah, thank you for joining in, watching, participating, those who did. It is really appreciated, and I think it's a really cool thing that we can still do this, and hopefully some more people will continue to have fun and join in. So thank you all for watching. Have a great day, and see you all next time.